Cat, sorry, I was looking at a comment, something I commented on a Nirvana thing. Did you get in a nap? I tried to keep it long enough for you to get in a quick nap. Girl, I slept until 8 tonight. I got up, I did something, came back, was watching something on TV and just passed out. I don't know how I feel about sedation sleep. Don't get me wrong, I have not been getting sleep and I shouldn't look the gift horse in the mouth. But, yeah, it was a thing. I made it to my doctor's appointment. The plumber never came. I stayed up long enough to where I thought, I was given a window from 12 to 4. And I stayed up. And when I didn't hear anything, I was like, okay, I'm going to watch something on TV, and yeah. Oops. But I made it enough to be awake for Freeman's Live. I called him afterwards because apparently I'll be waiting for days for that boy to call me. Sometimes the people in my life like to treat me like I'm invisible, or wish I was. But whatevs. So I made the effort. I made the phone call. It is what it is, at least I know. And it's not like he does it to be rude at all. So I don't want to put that out there. He has a lot of stuff going on. So I think sometimes he just forgets to get back to me. So that's why I made the effort. I don't know if you heard in the background somebody talking. He had his son with it. So that's another thing. So I try not to take it too personally. But yeah, I got disappointed when I looked at the Lollapalooza schedule today and saw that the Viagra Boys were playing. I totally love them. They are a great fucking show. I think I had them up on, as it's definitely a video. It's not. I don't think it's a short. What year was that? I don't think it was last year, so I think the year before. And I was front row to them. Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes it's like, what the hell? But I try to focus on the positive, Cat. I'm always seen by my dog. She's always looking for me. She's looking at me right now with her baby Yoda ears up. She's like, I see you, Mommy. So I forgot about my big Hershey's cup. Oh, do I have a big cup of coffee tonight? All I know is, don't get me wrong. I know I needed the sleep because I wasn't getting it. But the whole sleeping until nighttime and then waking up and my whole day is gone, that really fucking sucks ass. I think from now on, I'm going to just start taking the over the counter because this is why I don't like hard narcotics, even though I know they're there to help you through the pain and I have an injury on my leg. I just don't like that. I have way too much to do in life. At least we're going into Friday. So at least if that happens again, Kat, at least I can wake up and go to the bar. I feel weird going during the weekdays. I've been having a taste for that watermelon THC drink. That thing is so good. I could probably go to the dispensary, but I don't think it would be as cheap as what it is at the bar. I don't think the bar is charging me for the 24% sales tax on it. If I remember correctly, my friend Brian told me that they're only like $6. But with that not being alcohol and that tasting so yummy, I could probably drink like 12 of those easy. Next thing I know, I think I'm on my way home and I pass Jesus. Once I'm higher than Jesus, I don't know if that's a good thing. Your best customers in jail. What, Pink's in jail? Wait a minute, why is Pink in jail? Oh, okay, that's who I thought at first, but I guess Pink is now your second best customer? I do worry about you, Amish gerbils. I just want to love and protect you. Somehow I feel you're not that disappointed, Amish gerbils. But thank you for stopping by and sharing with us that you're sad. Is there anything I can do to bring up your spirits? I know body cam footage of him sitting in the prison cell would be nice, but I don't have those kind of powers. My slut magic only does so much, Amish gerbils. Oh my gosh. It seems like that boy's going to be sitting there for a while. I thought that he needed 8,500 and somewhere I saw a post of something saying he needs 14K. I don't know if that's including lawyer and everything, but whoo, that's a lot of money. He'll be alright. He's used to it. Would you not be able to pull the cams from the arrest? Because isn't that wouldn't that go under FOIA? Isn't that like public information? I don't know if they have body cams. I know some places still don't have body cams. Madison, Wisconsin, for one. I remember when Duper and I were doing the thing for the animal abuse. A cop came up and started talking to me because I was walking up and down the block where people were driving to drop off their dogs to this place. And he came to talk to me, and I don't know. I don't remember exactly what was said, but one thing that stood out in that conversation was the fact that they didn't have body cams at that point in time. And that was like 2020. They do now, but they didn't at that point when that cop came to talk to me to see if I was all right. No, I'm not all right. You guys need to go over there and fucking arrest the motherfucker who kicked my friend's dog and start investigating that place for the horrible things that are being done to those fucking dogs. That's what you need to do. But you're not gonna do that shit because my ex-employer is friends with the mayor and a couple of your boys take their dog there. You would figure that would have been enough to fucking set them off. Animal abuse is a fucking felony. But you try proving that shit when you have cards stacked against you. And then just for good measure, that employer decided that it would be in his best interest to try and scare both me and Duper and tried suing us for $50K a piece for defamation. When he found out that we weren't going to back down and we had a badass lawyer, when he found out the shit that Duper had and that other people had, his lawyer told him to drop it. It was bad enough, the stuff that's already public record. Oh, yeah, that's right. You would have to know. Okay. Sorry, I got a little heated. That shit still pisses me off to this day. But I don't care. 110%. I would do that shit all over again. Animals can't go home and say, hey, I'm not feeling so good. Or I don't want to go there today because somebody's not being nice to me. The shit that was done there was just unbelievable. And then also to make things also worse with the ex-employer, he works for the Chicago Blackhawks. So that man has a little bit of money and he can throw it around to try it in silence. He thinks that me and Duper are done. We'll never be done. We'll never be done. As long as those two motherfuckers that are still working there, that are abusing the animals currently, not done. So if you're sitting here trolling, Rick, if you're one of them, fuck you. Your brother's a bitch. You're both bitches. In fact, one of my shorts, one of my first few shorts, it says, can't have kids because of whiskey dick. And it's got a picture of an awkward guy with the song Loser. That's Rick. So, yeah, I tend to forget, though, Amish gerbils, that you need a little more information than just saying, hey, I want the arrest of this person. I want the body cam footage. Because, yeah, you need to know the officer's name. You need to know the date, the time. And number one cop-splaining sentence in the world. It's still under investigation. I was trying, Kat, to talk to Freeman about going over by Lollapalooza. Because you guys would not believe how many tax dollars are just standing around doing nothing out there. Don't get me wrong. I think some of them are doing some things in there. They have I know with Riot Fest, I know that more recently, they have been hiring off-duty police officers to come and do the outside security, because that has been a change in the last year. Before, it used to be Chicago cops would line Ogden Avenue up until where the hospital is, because the park that we're in is huge. It's a huge park. There's one... Oh, wait, I don't think that stage is there anymore. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different stages. And then there's a carnival thrown in there. There's Riot Land thrown in there. And then there's a spot where you can get food. And there's a spot for VIP, which is what I am this year. And then just where the stages are is just pretty much general admission. So usually when we walk out of the park, there's a whole bunch of cops standing outside, smoking cigars, laughing at the punk rockers leaving the show. So I'm sure that Grant Park I'm sure they haven't changed that, because Grant Park is more of an open setting than where we go for Douglas Park. And it's right there by Lake Michigan. So I want to try and catch them slipping. And that goes on for 4 days. So tonight was night 1. It's usually done about 10 o'clock. So It would be just a God-given miracle to get Freeman Liberty to come out early enough. Okay. Well, if anybody I have faith in getting that information, it's you, my beautiful Amish gerbils. You have your ways. I envy your knowledge and how to do things. Because all I know how to do, like, let's say Freeman, Joe, or Duper, the best I know how to do, because Duper's out here, I know to look at DuPage County inmate lockup. For Freeman and Joe, I would have to look at Cook County lockup. And Cook County takes a lot more longer than DuPage County does to get somebody in the system. And then also with Chicago, it's a lot more entailed because you got to know what district they're in where they get arrested. It might be the first video ever. So, and I know Joe's first name and I know Freeman's first name, but I don't know their last names. Heck, I even know Freeman Liberty's middle name, unless it's just one name. It might be just one name. I'm not sure. I never asked them. So I need to know their last name, and I need to know their birthdays in order to look up an inmate. Duper, I know his first and last name, and I know his birthday because, you know, we're friends. And not saying that me and Joe and me and Freeman aren't friends, but I've only recently started in the last year of hanging out with Joe more. And that's how I met Freeman Liberty. Joe, Freeman Liberty, and oh my God, I wish Freeman was here. There was another guy from Cicero that they all used to hang out together. Unfortunately, the guy from Cicero passed. So Freeman and Joe have known each other for quite some time. Fuck you, Pink. Amish gerbils are less likely to hurt my dog than you. Number 2 customer to the Amish gerbils. Hi, Adrian Vargas. Adrian, are you my Adrian? Who I know in real life? Because I don't know your last name. Hide my rat dog. Stop driving a chick car, Pink. Okay. I thought I'd ask. I know they said that they were gonna subscribe to me for some of the stuff I do. But welcome in, Adrian Vargas. No, that would be you, Pink. You're always trying to do a side hustle. That's why you have your grinder. That's all you, boo-boo. My favorite hobby, Adrian Vargas, is probably playing guitar. Listening to music. He is a rat dog. What are you talking about, Amish gerbils? Pink talks a lot of shit because he's 4'2". What's your favorite hobby, Adrian Vargas? We may come from different generations. I know a lot of people like to game. I like to game, but games have gotten a lot more weirder for me. Ooh, I envy you if you can paint. Artistry is one of the coolest things ever. One of my tattoos is because of painting on a level. It's spray painting, but my stick figures look wrong. Adrian paid no attention to the gerbils. Oh my god. See? Oh my goodness, boys. Pink, you're just wrong. Crown Royal, how is that even lube? It's just liquid. It's not even a lube base. You know about lube. Good comeback, Adrian. Good comeback. Amish gerbils is fully stocked with gerbils. Sometimes when we think they're out, they still have more. Oh my god, how funny Amish gerbils would it be if you became like the elves? Remember how many different elves there were? PDF elves, Keebler elves, Taco elves. I don't think I ever got any elves. Yeah, you'd have to come up with all kinds of different names like that. Oh my god. I wouldn't even know where to begin. Because Amish gerbils, still one of the most legend names ever. There's a lot of Amish things I've heard of in my life, but gerbils, not until you. That's what makes you so special. Yes, they are. I have not seen those little scamps lately. So I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, because if they're that deep underground, Jesus help anybody when they come back out. Because that's the only person who can help them. You wish, Pink Taco. Oh, you keep on coming up with their Pink Taco. Remember you timed out OG Pink Taco? They were on vacation. Oh my. They want us to think they're on vacation. I love that they put a couple of people deep into hiding. I don't see any more from STD. And that weird guy. Oh my god, I can't fucking remember his name. What was his name, Pink? You know who I'm talking about when I say STD. I can't remember what his channel name was. He was going to send bikers after me. They would have loved me. I hang with bikers. Everybody has dreams, Adrian. Everybody has dreams. No, the weird guy that was on panel with STD and stuff, with Gregory. Where they were trying to say they were protecting him, but they were only hurting his chin. Yeah! There you go, Keebler. I know, Pink. I said weird guy. I have to be more specific. You don't hear shit from him no more. Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was. He just thought so much of himself. And you remember how he was always talking about having a family member in the NFL and bragging at the fact that he was getting money off of that somehow? I would be ashamed to admit that. If that was true and one of my family's members made it to the NFL, I wouldn't be trying to live off of them. I would be proud that I get to watch them Sunday pummel somebody. Oh my God, his trigger was just. You looked funny at him and he was all annoyed. I mean, that's big shit. Ooh, I live off of a family member who's doing great. Now, it's different. Now, say, when I was raising my kids, I had a nephew that pretty much we raised. He was always with my kids. He was raised with my kids more than a cousin. He was like a third brother. And if he came up in this world and said, Auntie, you and Unc took care of me so good when I was a kid, when nobody else was watching out for me, I want to take care of you, I still would probably turn that kid down. That's his accomplishment. I mean, thank you for appreciating everything that I did for you as a kid, but that was done out of love. That wasn't done as a tally mark for maybe somewhere down the line this was going to happen and I was going to live the rest of my life comfortably. I would be ashamed to admit that shit in public. Would I be bragging about him? 100%. 100%. Living off him? Not so much. But people are weird. What's starting to scare me more is I was talking a couple of nights ago about how a large part of my friends their parents are very well off. And at one point, I lived that life too because my mom was well off. The life I live now is not the life I started off as. And I'm not even mad because I'm glad that I know I can stand on my own 2 feet. Might not always be the greatest. Sometimes it's fractured. But I know that I can try the best to take care of myself. But it's scaring me how my friends are getting scared now with how things are. Because they're a lot more comfortable than I am. And to hear conversations and have conversations with how tough it is on them, with having college degrees and way better jobs than I do. Indiana auditor expired. Uh-oh. I see laughing emojis. So I don't know if it means he's dead or if he just left YouTube. He passed. The first Indiana auditor, the first one. Trying to think. There's so many different people in Indiana that I knew. I mean, I'm sure it's pretty much what you said, Pink, but I'm just trying to go back in my head and try and remember. I got it off of Amazon, Adrian. It's a little space guy, and his helmet is what's projecting the nebula and the stars. It was like $20. Here. I want to put it in front of him, but just a little guy. Best $20 ever, because it does all that. I like it too. I think it's pretty cool. I think it adds to the atmosphere. Pink, stop being weird. To be honest, Adrian, it was an inspiration for my 4-year-old nephew. My 4-year-old nephew has the same thing in his room. But I thought it would be pretty cool when I go live and play music in the background just to have something going. You cover your smoke detector with the shower cap. Then come fucking clean it, Pink. I'm happy to know that that's your trigger of the day. Because I have a dish thing and a couple of things on a cutting board. Ooh. Keebler will be sending you her therapy bill soon. There's some images that are in my head, Keebler, that I wish I didn't have. And it's a girl who's gone on dating apps. The trauma is deep. That's why I leave that crap alone now. Well, unless me and my girlfriend play Who's Your Daddy. That's always a fun time. There are way too many men 30 and above dressing as Pokemon. Seems like you're fucked, Pink. My cousin once had this friend. His name was Rob Figgy. He told my uncle he failed his IQ test. My uncle thought he was joking at first, but then he realized who he was talking to, and he's like, no, I could totally see this kid failing an IQ test. Drop some shrooms. Yeah, unfortunately, Keebler lives in a non-friendly green state. I did see Botrix join the chat. Botrix joined before anybody else popped up. So I don't. If it doesn't pop up, I don't know. Thank Jesus I don't. Not gonna lie, it's very nice that we can smoke now. But it was cruel to make us green in 2020. We only got a couple of months to experience going to the dispensaries at first because of the fact of the lockdown. I'm not a big Chick-fil-A fan, Adrian. I know a lot of people are. I don't get it. It's just chicken. Kind of like Cane's. Both may be very good, but I need better options, or I need different options. I like Popeyes when it comes to chicken because they have the spicy. I'm not a big KFC fan. And if I do grilled chicken, I want to grill that stuff on a grill. Plus a little bit of also how some of the politics of the people who own that, I'm not too crazy about. I have a lot of friends in the LGBT community. But I know it's huge and popular. That place has always happened. I just myself, it's lost on me. I don't know where you live, Adrian, but I live in Chicago, and we have a different variation of food. I like going to beef stands and having the option of either an Italian beef, an Italian sausage, a hamburger, a hot dog. Fries, cheese sticks, onion rings. I like these things. The fact that I'm not 1,000 pounds is amazing because I can eat like I am. Right? Hopefully that is in your favor. I hate how veterans are treated, honey. It's a damn disgrace. So be nice. You have one. You guys definitely deserve a lot more better care than you get when you come back home after your service to our country. But I am happy that you're starting to take the steps. And that they're going to lead you to a better situation than what's been going on for you, honey. You know how I feel about you. I care very deeply about you, and I want the best for you. If you're 10, how are you on YouTube? I mean, I guess anybody could be on YouTube, but I think there's an age restriction. And plus, I have this on Not Made for Kids. Yeah, if that's true, thank you. I mean, congratulations, you're going into the 6th grade, but yeah, you don't need to be hanging out in adult chats. Where's your parents? I was just watching something disturbing before I hopped in here, or hopped on live. I was watching something about roadblocks. Man, am I glad my kids grew up before all this technology really kicked off. It's hard to admit when we have a problem, Keebler, because we try so hard to keep on pushing and going along. So I'm glad that Doc was the one who showed you to recognize the signs. Right? Our chat is not kid friendly at all. And the fact if he's really 10 years old, so he made a comment about wanting to lick a pink taco. Gen Alpha is wild, though. I'm not going to even lie. My poor girlfriend quit teaching this year because of Gen Alpha. She got tired of being hit. She got tired of kids trashing the classroom. It's really bad. These kids don't even know how to read. That's just like, I mean, I didn't like reading as a kid when I was forced to. If it was something I didn't want to read, I loved reading comic books. But I was not one of those bookworms that was going to the library to go and get a bunch of Moby Dick and Pride and Prejudice and stuff like that. No. I was getting the newest copy of X-Men and Batman and Spider-Man and As time went on, graphic novels. So even though I didn't do the bookworm thing, I was still reading. I knew how to read when I got out of school. These kids don't. They don't know how to read. They don't know how to spell. And now with this No Child Left Behind, they're just pushing them to the next grade. There are high schoolers that don't know how to read and are pushed off into college. It's crazy. Pretty much. Pretty much. But it's all of them now, Keebler. I mean, not justifying back in the day the fact that if somebody could throw a pigskin good that they got passed on and they didn't have to take tests and stuff like that. It's all of them now. I had a conversation, I don't think you were in here last night. I had a conversation with my girlfriend's husband, and he's getting annoyed with the kiddo. He's 21 years old, and he barely cracks 20 hours a week because he doesn't want to work that much. He can't keep on living off of mom and stepdad. Yeah, my girlfriend had it. She got attacked by a kid and she quit before the end of the year. She's like, I'm done. I can't do this anymore. She is like 80 pounds soaking wet. So it's not like she's a solid person. I'm a lot more solid than she is. And then they're quoting like stuff from TikTok and that whole stupid 6'7" thing. So that's kind of terrifying. She loved teaching. She was so excited that she got a job where her kids were going to school and was able to teach. She wasn't by the time she got in, her older one was already a little farther advanced to the grade she went into. Her younger one though was not put in her class. I don't know. I don't get it. Like I get the whole 69 thing, but I don't get the 6'7" thing. I don't want to get the 6'7" thing because then that means I have brain rot. I have it, but I don't go on it often. Once in a while, I'll get a notification about Tony Hawk. I'll go and watch that. But very rarely am I on there. I think it's been like 2 years since I posted anything on my TikTok. I'm mainly on here, if not here, on Instagram, and I'm on here more than I am Instagram. I don't do Facebook. I go on Twitter for the amusement and the memes. Once in a while I'll participate, but I go there for the toxicity. I'm not going to lie. Twitter is an interesting beast now that Elon Musk is owner of it. It was kind of funny, Keebler. Nancy McMonarch, I wish you were here yesterday. I had a butterfly in my hair. Honestly, couldn't have happened to a better person. I don't necessarily know about the original charges, but the other charges are definitely going to stick. We were talking about that last night, about how he shit on a lot of people in the community. 5, 6 years ago, if this happened to him, there would be all kinds of lives going on trying to raise his money. Yeah, no, totally. Karma's a bitch. One of my friends tried, for some odd reason, hooking up with them when they went to Arizona. And at first, he was being kind of cool, and then all of a sudden, he just flipped his shit and started talking shit to my friend. To be honest, sitting there talking about your public breakup, it's kind of bitch shit. You would figure that would come more out of a girl than a guy. That'd be like my last ex going on YouTube and sitting there crying about how our relationship ended, but not contributing to what led his hand for me to make that decision. There's a reason for it. It definitely is middle school and younger kids and what have you. I don't understand what it is. If it's a TikTok thing. Okay. My girlfriend had to deal with kids anytime she said 6 or 7. They would sit, the whole class would do it. She's like, it's so fucking annoying, and they don't just do it once. Think of the class clown kid in your class when you were growing up, and think about the whole classroom being that way. I think that's the best way to describe it. I don't take pleasure in very many people going to jail and going through some stuff, but that was just a messy situation. Tweaker versus tweaker. It is kind of funny though. I guess one of my ex-boyfriends did do that when I left him for my children's father. He tried going to my ex's friends and saying, well, I guess they're both my ex, but he tried going to my baby daddy's friends and saying, she took her away from me. Everybody was kind of laughing at him because it was a bitch move. Tommy! Hope things are well on your side of the equator. Hope the fish were plenty. What, in Donos, Keebler? Is there a live going on? I know somebody had told me that there was a live yesterday, I think, where they were trying to raise and help them out. I think there was like maybe 30 people in there. Okay, there was another one. Amish Gerbils, you still here? She was in here. I think she's still in here. Sometimes she goes quiet when she says she doesn't have anything to add to the conversation. But maybe she will pop up now because you're here, Tommy. There she is. So I remember when that stuff was starting to pop off, Keebler. Joe was the one who started telling me. Um, remember the last live SJV showed up? That was funny. That was fucking funny. All of a sudden, I saw San Joaquin in that chat, and I was like, oh shit. Tonight, I finally made those ribs that I was talking about that I defrosted. They weren't quite defrosted yesterday, so I let them go a little longer today, and then, yeah, I cooked them up. They were delicious. I think Pink went to go and play somewhere else. Pink's mad that Amish gerbils beat him to timing somebody out. And Amish gerbils is number 2. Let's look at the top fan points of the evening so far. We are almost an hour in. Kat is at number 1 as she should be. With 85, Kat. That's weird. Tommy's coming in with Amish gerbils, Nancy McMonarch, Pink Taco, and Keebler with 75 XP points. And Botrix has 25 points. See, I told you Pink. Botrix joined the chat. Oh my god. I have never looked at your profile picture until now, Amish gerbils. I am legit dying. Yeah. Which is really funny because we were talking about how easily triggered Tats gets. Pink is just as sensitive. Okay, Tommy. Apparently, Botrix can play. They're dead last. No lower than C. Wow. Yeah, it really made me feel sad for my girlfriend Nancy that she was having such a hard time that she had to quit something she loved because the classroom is such chaos now. I mean, classrooms have always been kind of chaos on some level, but I guess it's just really bad. After she told me everything she was going through, I started going down a wormhole, Nancy, of Gen Alpha and watching teachers speak about what they had to deal with on a day-to-day basis. It's not what it used to be. You don't even have parents backing you. When you call to tell the parents, look, you know, your kid's doing this, they see no problem in it. I don't even think they go by grades anymore, Nancy McMonarch. I think they go by numbers. I remember when my girlfriend was trying to explain to me core math. That is a struggle just to get to the same answer that we get to. It's way more work. Ribs are so expensive, getting them out, Cat. I'd rather make them at home. I'd rather throw them on a grill. Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. So, and there's even more weirdness. So, Nancy, with you being a teacher, imagine this. You're sitting out on your front, in your front yard, on your patio furniture, with your friend, just having a nice day, and a car drives past, and you freak out and you tell your friend, okay, we got to go in the back and sit on the back deck. I know the sun's there, but I'll put out the umbrella. We got to go back there and I'll explain when we get back there. And then you and your friend get back there, you open up the umbrella and you proceed to tell your girlfriend the reason why you guys had to move was because a student's parent, if they see you, they try to come to your home and drop off their child for you to babysit them while not in school. I was like, what is going on here? I have liked some of my kids' teachers throughout the years. I always tried to stay involved in their education because they were helping me mold my children. And that's how it should be. But I could never imagine going to a teacher's home and being like, I know you have to deal with my kid 5 days a week for so many hours, but here, can you watch him for a minute? Right, Kat? Who does that? Yeah, she lives in a house, and that happened to us. I don't know how she found out where my girlfriend moved, or where my girlfriend lived. But once she did, if she saw her, she would stop by and either try and talk to her because she was his favorite teacher. Now, at certain points, she wasn't even the teacher anymore, Nancy. And this woman would still proceed to try and drop her child off. She did not see how that was inappropriate. Usually you got to worry about the other way around, not the parent bringing the kid to the teacher. And my girlfriend's not weird or anything, but still. There's boundaries crossed right there. I think in all the years I went to school, I never knew where any of my teachers lived. At one point, I knew where the attendance lady for high school lived because she lived on the block from one of my friends. But it wasn't for like retaliation or to go and hang out at her house. Yeah, it's such a different world, Nancy. And I agree with you, Keebler. It was totally messed up. My girlfriend was legit like, "Oh, let's get out of here before I'm seen." The only time I can remember that one of my kids' teachers went above and beyond was to help further his intelligence. In fourth grade, my oldest placed second in the whole town to hopefully go on to downstate for the spelling bee. And she didn't work with him after school. She just worked with him during school hours and made sure that he got to the point that he got to. To this day, in his 30s, he's still mad about the word that he lost to. TP the attendance lady's house. Yeah, she would have known it was me because she knew I didn't like her too much. She knew I hung down the block, so my life of crime would have been a short one, Keebler. Yeah, and that's just weird. Good night, Amish Gerbils. Thank you for being here. I love you. You guys stay safe. Stay snuggly. I think because I worked with my firstborn so much that by the time he entered kindergarten, he knew how to read and do basic math. Nancy, I knew that kid far surpassed me in third grade when he did a diagram of timber wolves, and we got to the word ecosystem. And I told him, hold on, let me help you spell it. And he goes, I spelled it, Mom. And I lives like you spelled ecosystem. And Nancy, he did. And he spelled it right. That kid, I couldn't have been more proud of that child. I have to hand the intelligence off to his dad because his dad was he was more smart than I was. I didn't apply myself in school. Only weird thing near my place was after I told a student, sometimes I wonder if you can wipe your own ass. He just laughed. He'd done something really stupid. Yeah, there's a couple of people I look at going, how did you make it this far in life? My uncle, one of my uncles, when I was growing up, was an English teacher. And if you guys look up Cabrini Green in Chicago, it was a very poor area of Chicago. My uncle said at one point he taught the grandmother, the mother, and the child in his tenure, in a very short span, mind you, in his tenure of teaching. Yeah, and calling my mom and telling her I was absent. That's why I hated her. Your daughter missed this many classes today? I'd walk in the door thinking I got away with it. Nope. Oh my God, I can wipe my own ass. Oh my God, that's so funny. And I have a McLovin in my life. If you've ever seen the movie Superbad, one of my friends, Patrick, looks like McLovin from that movie. Yeah, no, I would always get busted, Keebler. And I was like, damn it. Because I was smart enough when I ditched not to go home because I knew my mom was home. So we'd go to a friend's house where the parents were working and just fucking hang out and do stupid shit. I'd come home at the normal time like I'm supposed to, thinking I'm getting away with something, and not at all. But my kids were far different than me. They liked going to school. They did very well at it. Both graduated. I didn't have any problems getting them up or doing homework. I started something from a very young age with them where when they came home from school, they had to sit at the kitchen table if they had any homework. And once they were done with their homework, they had the rest of the evening or afternoon into evening before bedtime to do whatever they wanted, but they had to do their homework first. Oh, that's funny. My friend Patrick does not embrace the McLovin. It annoys him because he gets it a lot. How could you not love Fogel? He was such a lovable character. I did okay. I just didn't like going. I was picked on a lot by the popular kids because I was different. I was a punk rocker. I had mohawks. I was wearing Slayer shirts. I was not into Debbie Gibson and the New Kids on the Block and the latest fashion and pop music. So I had friends. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to cry. I had no friends in school. I had friends, but I just didn't like being there. My favorite class of our two classes was always science and history. I did really well in both of those. So it wasn't like I was dumb. I just didn't like going to school. I didn't like being told what to do. What kind of porn have they been watching? Yeah, I mean, it was nothing with like the work and stuff. I just didn't like being there. And I remember the one time I actually got a really good report card, and I went to go and show my dad, and I thought he was going to be very proud of me for one time in his life. And yeah, that totally fucking backfired. He accused me of cheating. He said those can't be your real grades. I want your mom to go to school and make sure those are your real grades and you didn't change them. Yeah, it was a horrible experience. So I stopped applying myself so hard. I have to say one of my favorite teachers was my third grade teacher, Mr. Princeton. Mr. Princeton introduced us to Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. The book, not the movie, because the only movie that was out at that point was Gene Wilder. So he would read us, he read us that. He read us The Great Glass Elevator and James and the Giant Peach. And because of all of those, at the end of the week, if we did really good on our tests, he would bring in Willy Wonka candy, like Nerds and stuff like that. Unfortunately, his wife passed during our school year, so he didn't get to finish off the rest of the year with us. But he was probably one of my favorite teachers. And then probably in high school, Mr. Eads. Mr. Eads was an Hell's Angel. He was an awesome teacher. And the scary part is now, Kat, what Nancy was bringing up is they're just passing the kids along. They're not even teaching kids what they taught us. Remember Hooked on Phonics? I love science. I loved figuring out how things work, Nancy. In fact, one of the things I wanted to do in life as an adult was become a forensic scientist. So what happened to me and my family would hopefully not happen to another family. So see, the funny thing is, Keebler, so my dad didn't go past 6th grade. My dad grew up in Mexico on a farm. Education was not pushed as much onto him because the family needed him to start working on the farm. So he only got a 6th grade education. There were times where I had to help him do things because he didn't know how to do them. And he was always pushing, you have the luxury of growing up here in the United States where I didn't. So I want to see you do good in education. And then when I tried, he shit all over me. So it was like, what the fuck? Yeah. Right, Nancy? I still remember some of the tools that were taught to me as a kid for certain things. Yeah, it is what it is, Nancy. You can't pick your family members. That's the nicer things I'm telling you about him. I had a great mom, and she tried to make up for him being such a shitty person. She couldn't make up for all of it, but she was a good mom. So, and I had a great uncle who showed me not all men are garbage. He became my father figure, and that's why my second child has his middle name is after that uncle. And if I back in the day, if me and my children's father, because my uncle was still alive, and so was my father, if I were to have ever gotten married, he would have walked me down the aisle before my dad ever did. All my dad ever did was give me DNA. Yeah, some kids just needed a little extra help. And I agree with Nancy. I'm glad that you had a great teacher like that. That took the time to realize, okay, she's struggling, let me help her. And not even that, Keebler. My mom had the money. My dad made peanuts compared to what my mom had. My dad was just an asshole drunk that was there. He used to ask my mom all. I was probably one of the very few kids that wish they grew up with a single parent. I probably would have been a little better off if it was just me and her. The fact that he wasn't the one that murdered her is very surprising. There was a couple of things in factor in that, Keebler. He was pissed off I was a girl. I guess when somewhere down the line somebody told my mom I was a boy before I was born. So my dad was very excited he was going to have a son. So the first disappointment was that I didn't have a penis. The other, I hope he's burning in hell for. Aside from the physical and mental abuse, he was supposed to be my protector in something that happened to me, and instead, he blamed me. I was 4 years old. So I don't know if it was that he felt he failed me and it was just easier to beat me and be an asshole to me, but that's what I ended up getting. I wish I could forgive my Nancy. And I tried at a certain point, but he never, like, at one point, my parents got separated, and my mom felt I was traumatized about the divorce, but I was ecstatic because I didn't have to worry about him beat me anymore in the middle of the night. And we were talking about the abuse, and he tried to make it seem like I was fucking crazy in front of the psychiatrist. When I lifted my leg and showed the psychiatrist the scar from running from him and tripping on a nail, and I'm like, if I'm lying, how do I have this? I wish he was doing it in front of my oldest son and telling my son, watch, your mother's never going to amount to anything. She's always going to be a piece of shit. He was telling a 3-year-old that. He was still hitting me at 21. And I had to make the decision if I wanted my kids to grow up around that. And at 21, I decided I was done with that bullshit, and I was never going to let another man touch me. I wasn't going to have. My kid's father never laid his hands on me. And they had to watch. My younger son, had, in the beginnings of his life, had to watch my father smack me around. No, I know. But I'll probably hold on to that anger until the moment I die. And you know what, Kat? Sometimes I have that problem. Sometimes I'll read something and I don't retain it. So I got to go back and read it again. Then it's like, oh, okay. My comfort is knowing that the fires in hell were stoked the day that he dropped dead. My father was living proof that evil does exist. And that's sad to say. That's the last person you should have to say that about. What up, Lucky? Yeah, depending on how tired I am when I'm reading, same, Keebler. Sometimes I have to go back and read that sentence like 3 times. Because sometimes that's what I do to try and get tired and fall asleep. Like, I'll start going through, like, go to pages that I like to read. World news, politics, stuff like that. And that really helped you focus, right, Nancy? I've heard that. That all of a sudden it was like a whole new world because you could focus finally. Lady J! Aw, Lady J. Lucky's gonna miss you and your doggy. Do you have any idea where your next travels will be? I really enjoyed this time that you guys have spent together going out. You know, and I love hearing stuff like that, Nancy, because, you know, there's the flip side with Ritalin. Some people abuse it. Here's a question for you, Nancy McMonarch. Is ADD almost the same thing as like oh, I just had the word on the tip of my tongue. Dyslexia? Well, because I mean dyslexia, I know you see words differently. You see them backwards or something like that. Is that still a form of ADD? Yes and yes. You know, it's been dead around here too lately, Lucky. Except for when I'm in an Uber coming home from the bar and I see people pulled over and I can't ask the Uber to drop me off there because it's still too far till I get home. And now that my scooter's broke and they've encrypted shit, now it's going back to just organically riding around my area and hoping I catch somebody. So I'm assuming you're off tonight, Lucky Laptop. Right? Uber Cop Watch. Excuse me, Uber driver, can you drop me off here down the block so I can go and film this police officer? I'll still pay you, but... Okay. I kind of thought I had my answer while explaining it, but I just wasn't sure if it was under the ADD category. Yeah, you guys seem to have a great time together, and I'm so happy you guys got that time together, Lady J. Order a limo. That would be hilarious. Me, Duper, Freeman, and Joe Cool rent a limo, and all of us hop out of a limo. That would be fucking hilarious and legend. That's what I was starting to say. Yeah, you see words backwards. Oh, I hated those too, Kat. My ex was very good at math, and he passed that on to our firstborn. I call both of them my human calculators, because no matter what I have thrown at them in the past, they have the answer within seconds. I have to write it down, work it out, and show them to see if I got the right answer. Math was not my forte, but I'm good at counting money. With being in customer service positions throughout life, I've gotten very good at counting money. And again, I can hand that to my ex because he used to come and pick me up from a job, and I was supposed to be done at like, I think it was like 5, but I wouldn't get done until like 5:30. And he's like, what the fuck are you doing in there? And I'm like, I'm counting my drawer. And he goes, well, why is it taking you so long? And I'm like, because I've got to count my drawer? And he's like, well, here, let me ask you. When you got your 20s, what are you doing? And I'm like, what do you mean, what am I doing? 20, 40, 60, 80? And he's like, no, you're doing it all wrong. And I'm like, how am I doing it all wrong? This is how you count to 100. He goes, no, you count the bills. He goes, something like, I think 25 20s is 500. So instead of going 20, 40, 60, 80, you count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And once you get up to 25 20s, you know you have a $500 drop. That so opened my world, and he was no longer sitting there until 5:30. My girlfriend has that. And I've been trying to talk to her, and she just doesn't want to accept it. She starts all kinds of stuff at the same time, and nothing ever gets done because she has so many things going through her head. I think she would definitely 100% benefit from Ritalin. Yeah, I've never run across somebody once who said, yeah, I never had a problem with word problems. When they crash into each other. very nice. Be very careful of fire ants, Lady J. They are not pleasant. And that is some hot weather, depending on where you're going to be. One of my most favorite people in the world come from Texas. Well, okay, 3. 2 of them are musicians, one's a personal friend. Yeah, very, very hot. Ooh, that would be wonderful if you and Lady J could hook up. I didn't want to say anything, Keebler, but now you're saying something, so that's all on you. I have more ooh squirrel moments in just getting distracted by shiny things. It's not like everything in general. I don't think I've ever heard of Temple. The only place in Texas I've ever been was San Antonio. And that was because a friend of mine went into the Air Force and their graduation was held there. And that was many, 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 many years ago. It's under triple digits. Thank Jesus it's finally under triple digits here, Keebler. We get a taste and we have humidity, so if it says it's like 91, it could feel like 103. I want to go back to San Antonio because Austin. Because there is a music venue that I so want to be a part of one of these days. It's called Austin City Limits. And my understanding is you have to stand outside this venue and there is no buying tickets. They let so many people in and you get to be part of a recording and you don't know who you're going to see. But they've always had great artists come through there. One of my absolute favorite in the whole wide world, Austin City Limits, is when 9 Inch Nails went and the first time that Queens of the Stone Age went. Jesus. Could you imagine what it would be without the clouds? 120, if not more, no? We were having hot weather, and then we had that tornado situation storm happen on Monday. It was supposed to cool things off. The next day was still kind of muggy. These past couple of days, it's been like in the 80s and still kind of warm, but not like 100 and something. Wasn't a cloud in the sky. Yeah, I don't know what it is right now. It's not terribly cool out there. But June was really cool out. Me and Duper had a conversation. Duper's been here since he was a little kid. I've been here all my life. Except for 3 months. And neither one of us could remember. We're very close in age. I think he's like a year older than me. You're younger, something like that. But neither one of us could remember a June being so chilly at nighttime. It was a really chilly June. So we are about to go into one of the hottest months of the year. August is really hot for us, so we'll see how that goes. Usually by Riot Fest time, that's when things start winding down and cooling off and getting ready for fall. Where Lucky lives, Lady J, my girlfriend lives there too. She lives down in Missouri. She's in the Springfield area, and she always refers to summer as the devil's armpit. I remember one time, she's like, man, it's cool here, and it wasn't really that cool here. She's like, yeah, come down to Missouri. She's like, it's way hotter down there right now. I don't mind fall, I just hate winter. Keebler, we must aboard Pink. He left pretty quick. I've been living on your time lately, Lucky. Without the job having to keep me up. My sleeping is so screwed up. Today I slept so much on and off, it's ridiculous. I'm glad I'm catching up on the sleep I've lost in the last week, but yeah. Let's see. I will tell you what it is in Chicago at the moment. So it says that it is 68 degrees here. You're starting to get offended. Oof. Oh yeah, that's right. You've been mowing the lawn. Are you at least at halfway mark? I know you said it's going to take you like 4 days. Georgie Cat will raise hell at 3 a.m. I've been in the Atlantic Ocean and the Pacific Ocean, and yes, they are two different wavelengths. Yeah, you don't want to missing any limbs, Lucky, so good idea. Wow, since May? When we got dumped on at the beginning of the week, it had been a little bit since it rained here. But not that long. But also, too, you guys get a rain season when we're also in winter. I mean, technically, it's our rain season. It just freezes and turns into snow. Yeah, we had some a couple of weeks ago that was just like stifling. It was weird. I couldn't even see something that was a little further than across the street, which is not normal. Yeah, that's what sets off your wildfires, is because of lack of rain. We have wildfire warnings here. If it hasn't rained in a little bit, they tell you, like, if you're doing a fire pit or a barbecue or something, be careful where your embers go. But we've never had it, aside from the Chicago fire, we've never had it that bad. Thunder snowstorm. I don't think I've ever seen one of those. I don't know what tomorrow's supposed to be. I don't even know what today was because I slept through most of it. I don't think I have a weather thing on my tablet. I will have to Google that shit. Oh, there's the weather channel. I love summer rain. When I was a kid, I would go outside as long as it wasn't lightning and thundering. Good God, this takes forever to... I don't know why my stupid tablet lags so much. Current location. Looks good. I understand. What is all this? It's been a while since I've used my tablet, but oh my God. It's kind of funny because where I'm at, I'm on the border of another town, and sometimes it'll say my town, and sometimes it'll say the town before me. Used to do that when I lived up north, too. Sometimes it would say the town that I was in, sometimes it would say the town across the river. I was like, that's weird. Okay, now I may finally know what our weather's supposed to be. Okay, I can't even. It's telling me to sign into an account. I don't remember having to sign into an account. So we'll just fucking Google it. It's 1:11, everybody, make a wish. I know, right? The garbage song, I'm only happy when it rains. I love the sound of it. I love the smell of it. Come on, pull up my keyboard. So today is supposed to be 79 and nighttime 62. They're showing cloudy. Saturday might rain with 70 degrees during the day and 68. But it's going to start warming up come Monday. Tuesday's going to be back up to 85. So not too terribly hot. Bars on the weekend sometimes, depending on where you're at, sometimes close at 1 o'clock. I know that the bar that I like on the weekday, they close during the 1 o'clock. 2 o'clock on the weekends, Friday and Saturday. Have a good evening to you too, Lady J, and safe travels to you on your new adventure to Texas. Oh, that's even funnier, Kat. Yeah, how is it going to tell you Seattle's weather when you're not even in the state? My weather app is regionalized to where I'm at, so I've never had another state weather. But it is funny, like if I'm downtown Chicago with Joe Cool and Freeman Liberty, sometimes if I don't look at the weather before I come back, it'll still register the city. But that's as far as it ever does. It's okay, Keebler. I worked at one for 2 years, and I like frequenting one now that I'm back home. I wish I could share with that with you, Nancy. I'm always complaining about the weather. I'm complaining when it's too cold. I'm complaining when it's too hot. But when it's too hot, I always say at least it's not snow. Your automatic pop-up. That's the one that kind of freaks out. That it'll either say like the town I'm in or the town next to me. The town after me, it sometimes registers, but that's if I'm there. If I'm at the bar there, then if I pull up my weather app, it's going to tell me what the weather is right there. I remember when I was living up north and I would come back home, I would try not to touch my weather app so that way it regionalized me back to where I was. Because for just a small tiny moment, I had home on my phone. I could never deal with their northeasterns. I mean, we get it pretty bad off of the lake, but the ocean is far more worse. I remember, I think it was like 3 years ago. What town was it? Because me and my coworker kept on saying, at least we're Buffalo. Buffalo was just getting hammered with snow. I have location on my cell phone, yeah. Everybody does. I have a couple of sisters that live on the East Coast as well, but in Florida. I could never live in Florida because of the humidity. One of my nieces lives there. She's been living by Disney World for years now at this point. I couldn't do it. We even had some friends of ours that tried moving down there and stayed a year and then ended up coming back. They were like, yep, no. But I think they were in the Panhandle. They were in a town called Newport Richey. And I think that's the Panhandle of Florida. Where my sister and niece, they live closer to like the ocean, I guess. Don't come to Texas then. I've been there. Just not often, Keebler. Oh my God, how did she see that, Nancy? Because I know there's an app, I think it was Waze or something like that, where you can track your loved ones. I get frizzy hair here too because of our humidity. Having curly hair is a son of a bitch. It's taking me a little longer now to straighten my hair because of how long it's gotten. And then I'll step outside in humidity and yeah. The only problem, or the only time I don't have a problem with frizzy hair is during winter. So in the summertime, my hair's in messy buns a lot more than it normally is because if I straighten it, I have to keep on straightening it. And then if it's really stupid hot and I'm sweating, yeah, that's a whole other being. So 9 out of 10 times in the summertime, I usually just do messy bun. Everybody's like, ooh, I wish I had naturally curly hair. No, you really don't. It looks nice after you wash it. And then you fall asleep on it and it turns into a rat's nest. And because of how thick and heavy how thick and long my hair is, my curls don't hold as much anymore. Unless I put a buttload of hairspray, gel, or mousse into it. And I remember the 80s. I don't want crunchy hair anymore. So because I have a skin condition on my scalp, I can't wash my hair every day. I can only wash my hair every 4 days. So that way it doesn't aggravate or irritate it. I'm supposed to be using a special shampoo, but I hate how it makes my hair feel. And I've tried dry shampoo, and that's just weird. I'd rather just wash my hair. But I made a promise to my mom, and I straighten it, but I have not permanently ever straightened my hair and messed with my curls. When I was a little kid, because I used to fall asleep with gum in my mouth a lot, my mom wouldn't let me grow my hair. She's like, I'm going to have to cut your hair anyway because you keep on falling asleep with gum in your mouth. So when my hair was really short as a kid, I looked like Shirley Temple. I guess I could take time out to curl my hair if I really wanted to because my flat iron doubles as a curling iron. But I have way too much hair. That would be way too much time. And if I only take 10-15 minutes on makeup, I am not about to start taking an hour and a half on my hair curl and everything. I don't use blow dryers. I wish I knew how to blow out my hair with a blow dryer to make it straight with the round brush. But I never got that technique down, so I just use a flat iron. And because of what I do to my hair with the flat iron and with the dyeing of it, I just don't use, I let my hair air dry. Unless I'm in a real hurry, then I'll grab a hair dryer and be like, okay. Okay, Kat, we'll be here. I remember when I was little and my adult sisters would come to spend the night. My one sister, Laura, used to always have hot rollers in her hair. She's like, you're so lucky you have curly hair. Aquanet. Aquanet was my friend in the 80s when I was teasing it and doing mohawks. But mohawks required something more than gel or mousse. I used to have to put Elmer's glue in my hair and then Aquanet on top of it. It was the only way it would stand. My mom says I have my dad's thick Mexican hair. I'm hoping baldness skips my kids because their dad was bald by the time he was like 25. Not completely, but on top, he was losing a lot of hair. So far, so good. They both have all their hair. Quite a few of my friends growing up would get perms in the 80s because they wanted curly hair. My mom had, I mean, decent hair from what I could remember, but it wasn't as thick as mine. Sometimes, if I decide to trust somebody to cut my hair, because I usually cut my own, um, they thin it out for me a little bit. I laugh at the fact that they say you're supposed to lose like 1,000 hairs a day. I have to lose way more than that. I shed like a champ. Your friend's mom didn't like when she did your hair. My oldest is got to have, I don't know if it's my mom's side or if it's my ex's side, but he has their type of hair. And my youngest has my type of hair. He's got very thick hair. That kid's a carbon copy of me. And I look like, when I was younger, I always thought I just looked like my dad. But now as I'm getting older, I'm seeing bits and pieces of my mom in my face, which makes me happy. Perms were huge in the 80s. A lot of people were getting perms. Perms and frosting was a huge thing back then. Where you had like blonde and lighter hair. My girlfriends would always say it smelled really bad when they would get perms. Yeah, perms were huge back in the 80s. My sister Tammy's first husband, I'm still not 100% sure if his was natural or if he got a perm because of the time era. Bruce. The only two things I remember about my sister's first husband is he had a perm and he introduced me to Doctor Who. He was really into that. In fact, it had been so long. And I guess I never really saw his hair like that. A very good friend of mine. One night he gets up on stage and he's got all this curly hair going on. And I'm like, did he take time to curl his hair? So I leaned over to my girlfriend. I'm like, when did he get curly hair? And she's like, he's always had curly hair. And I'm like, really? She's like, yeah. And I'm like, so does he straighten it? And she's like, yeah. And I'm like, okay. I'm like, it's not just me. And it wasn't tight curls like a perm, it just was loose curls. Yeah, I could imagine. My mom used to bring me to the hair salon too. Sometimes it was me getting a haircut, or sometimes she was getting stuff done. That's probably why I don't like sitting around a lot of women just bitching and gossiping to this day. Your brother had angelic curls? My older son, for a very short time when he was little, I think my naturally curly hair was kind of in him because he had the most beautiful ringlet curls in the back of his hair. I haven't seen that boy's hair in so many years. He keeps his hair shaved close. My older one, he goes between back and forth, or my younger one. Sometimes his hair grows out, sometimes he has short hair like his brother. At least they don't look like Justin Bieber, so there's that. People always want the hair that they don't have. I want straight hair so I don't have to work at it so hard. People freak out when I put my hair down that haven't seen me with my hair down. They're like, holy crap, your hair is really long. It's like, yeah, I just keep it up. I love my long hair, but I hate it in my face. So go figure. Well, I will definitely be keeping an eye out for you two girls going out, Miss Keebler. I hope that she makes it over by you. I love seeing woman power. I'm the only girl walking amongst three men, so. Freeman Liberty and me were talking. He said that he might come and get me in the next few days, so we'll see how that goes. I'm hoping that he doesn't want to just roll around out here. I'm kind of hoping he wants to roll around in Chicago. Even if it's a day audit, I would love to see you two ladies together. And you know I would definitely be there to support you both. Freeman wants to take advantage of the fact that I can stay out till late. Freeman will stay out until the sun comes up. When I'm working, I can't do that. I got to come home and sleep for a little bit before I have to go and do my job. But I'm off for the next couple of weeks, so he's like, let's try and do something. Let's try and hang out. I thought it was funny last night when he went live. I'm sitting there looking because I know where he lives. I'm like, wait a minute, is that his house? And I got confirmation at the end of the live that it was his block. He's like, damn, you really know my neighborhood. I like that I can go back to doing lives at night again, especially when I can't sleep, because I'm up anyway. If I didn't have the injury, I'd be walking around and seeing if I could find something. But I'm limited in how much mobility I have at the moment. And it was funny because Freeman was really concerned in how we would do this. He's like, so with you being injured, how are we going to do this? He goes, should I drop you off and then go and park? Because sometimes we don't always, park very close to where we're cop watching. We'll park down the street or something and walk up on it. He was talking about maybe doing it tonight, but he hasn't hit me up, so. Sometimes, Keebler, I lost a friend for a short time and didn't know where they were, and they ended up getting married, so the name that I was looking for, I was never going to find. Watch from car. Surprisingly, some of my higher views is me sitting in the back seat, just staying live and having the phone pointed out the window. It brings Chicago to people. Shocked to death, welcome in. Just sitting here, hanging out, chatting, listening to music that is YouTube friendly, watching the nebula on my ceiling with the stars. I do have to ask, is that grin an evil grin? Yep. Behind the scenes secrets. You can usually hear me and Joe talking. I had posted something earlier today about I hope my last words in life would keep on going, so to speak. And I posted a Nirvana song, the last song that he recorded before he died. And I'm like, ha, nobody's going to miss me like they miss Kurt. Which is true. But at least when I leave this world, I hope the people's lives that I touch mean something in life. It's kind of crazy, that song, the history, and how much Courtney tried to bury that shit so we couldn't hear it. And then it took a hacker to hack into something and put it out. And it wasn't the clear song that we got off the CD eventually. But yeah, Courtney was trying to block that from ever coming out. What I love is everybody was like, fuck you to her, and the radio stations even went rogue then. If you look up You Know You're Right, before it was released on the CD, it was under autopilot. I am happy you're back and you're still number one, Cat. But last year is all you're ever going to have of, how did you word it? Chuck lives from the car. But yeah, it's kind of crazy the history with that song and how it finally came to be and getting out. I don't know, there was something about that era of music that I never was a big party, do cocaine and all that stuff in the 80s with the hair bands and glam rock. When grunge came out, it was like, holy shit, there's other people like me. I'm not so screwed up after all. And like I said in that post, not everybody's life is peaches and cream before they become famous. It's kind of sad the life that Kurt Cobain had growing up. And he was one of many. Sometimes parents have kids and their focus is more on their own needs than on the children that they create. When I was living in Cicero, there was quite a few kids being raised by their grandparents because their parents were too fucked up on drugs. Well, I mean, that's where a lot of music comes from, too, is past experiences, life experiences. For the most part, like some of the musicians that I like, I don't have the insight that I have to my friends who made it. My friends who made it, certain songs I know exactly who they're about, or I know why they wrote that song. Others, it's just like interviews and them talking, and maybe they're being 100% accurate in what the song is. But yeah, music is a lot of life experience. I mean, and I am not downing her. I am not a fan of her because I don't listen to her. But a lot of Taylor Swift's music is based off of experiences in her dating life. I used to make a joke about Trent Reznor of Nine Inch Nails and hoping he never became happy because, oh my god, he has made some of the most amazing fucking music out of pure pain. What I think is crazy, Keebler, is issues in life or past experiences. So the song that Nirvana did about a girl was about his ex-girlfriend who helped him while he was trying to launch his music career. And she didn't know it was about her until years later. And that's sad. I'm glad that they had somebody like you to show them that everybody was like that. Because they may say sticks and stones may break your bones, but yeah, emotional abuse. I may not have known what I was doing being a young teen mom, but I knew I wasn't going to fail them. I knew I wasn't going to beat them like my father. I knew I wasn't going to become a drug addict and have them watch that shit. Sadly, they had to see some of their friends going through that. I'm confused what F250. What is that? The boy who could wipe his own ass was in that class. You must be doing something right. Okay. If you would have said F-150, that I know. I didn't know they had a 250. I like how you started that. The boy who could wipe his own ass. You know, you don't even have to be special. Some boys just don't know how to do that, Nancy. That's when they get labeled skid mark in gym because other people see it. They have F-350s? Holy cow. Chrysler convertibles. Oh my gosh. Lee Iacocca. Okay, enjoy your stalking mode. I'm glad the melatonin is finally kicking in. Always happy to see you, girl. Thank you for stopping by on night 2. I haven't seen Spirit in the sky for a couple of days. I thought for sure he would be coming in and talking, choosing violence with the Sox and Yankees playing. And I guess when the Yankees are done playing our Chicago White Sox, they're going to the Cubs. So at least they don't have far to travel. They just got to go from the south side to the north side. Well, I'm glad it's finally starting to work and you have sweet dreams, sweetheart. Oh my God. That is heartbreaking. That is heartbreaking. 2 fucking years old. Two years old. Jesus. I hope he has a better life as an adult than he did starting out. It's just absolutely horrible. I bet. I bet. And it's not even their fault. You know, hearing all the stories coming out now in this Me Too movement. Maybe one day I'll share mine, but I hate the fact that it made me more susceptible to becoming a victim the second time. The first time was bad enough, but thank God my mind, I kind of blocked what happened because I was so young. But it didn't block the other one. Who was it that I was listening to more recently? Johnny Rotten, Johnny London from the Sex Pistols. He was talking about Sid Vicious and his mom. And that woman put heroin in his hand at 16 years old. 16 years old put that garbage in his hand. We all know the end of the turnout. You know, it's just... Well, the one thing I could never wrap my mind around is there's people in this world that would be great parents and can't have kids. And then there's people like that. And it's like, how? Children are a gift. And if you get to experience the fact and have your own child being given birth or being the father and being a part of that child, I could never understand how somebody could hurt a child like that. Yeah, he really did. And that's what Johnny Rotten was trying to say, that his ending was inevitable because of what had happened in such a short span of life with him. You know, God knows if his mom was putting heroin in his hand on his 16th birthday, God knows some of the things he saw up until that point. Oh my God. That's crazy. That is nuts, Nancy. You know, it's bad enough when a kid just, steals in general and takes somebody's cell phone. But to have your parent tell you, okay, I want you to get me an iPhone, I want you to get me a Samsung, I want you to get me an HTC, LG, whatever. But it's not unheard of. There was this great show I used to love watching until the guy who hosts the show passed away. It was on Vice. It was called Black Market. And every episode was different. And I don't remember, I think it was the episode of Boosting. They were talking about stealing cars. And then there was an episode where they talked to people who were professional shoplifters. And yeah, it was their parents that taught them. Oh my God. Jeez. Go to school and act stupid, kid. I need money. And yet there's kids like my nephew. One of my older nephews had a horrible seizure at birth while he was in the nursery after my sister-in-law had him. Got to keep an eye on the battery. Um, and unfortunately, he's like 30 something years old, and his mind will never leave like a childlike aspect. So a kid who deserves to get something like that. Well, yeah, because I'm sorry, what? I'm surprised she held it in as long as she could. I mean, you hear of bad cases of Munchausen syndrome, where the parents keep their kids sick so they can get attention and money. But yeah, my nephew, he couldn't get it until he was 18 years old because both parents earned way too much money, which, they have a criteria. It's to help somebody who doesn't have the money to pay for the medical bills for the treatment that their child is supposed to need in the course of their life, be it in a wheelchair or my nephew who's always going to be stuck in a kid's mind, no matter how old he gets. He can hold down a job. He's been working since he was 18 years old, but it's just a very basic job. And he can't earn so much, always they'll take his check away. Yeah, I mean, I bet she was confused. She knew she wasn't dumb, but here her mom's making her go and do that. That's crazy. Again, teen mom, didn't know what I was necessarily doing, but I knew I wasn't going to screw him up. Hopefully her mom fucking got dealt with after that. And hopefully she had a family member that she could go and stay with and didn't have to deal with that toxicity. I consider myself very lucky. My dad was a dick and a horrible person, but my mom was a great person. She would move heaven and earth to help me. She told me every day she loved me. I might not have been the greatest daughter as a teenager, but all my friends called her mom. If one of my friends was having a problem at home, you could come and stay here until things work out. Sometimes she would even bring the parents over to the house and have talks with them. And ugh, sometimes that's a blessing and sometimes that's not. I hope she found a good family that loved her and nourished her and took care of them. Yeah, I could imagine. I mean, the one where the 2-year-old was getting pimped out, I don't know. I'd want to tear the woman's eyes out. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Just because you have money doesn't necessarily mean you have class. You just have money. And apparently, whatever she was, well, you said heroin. So, yeah, that money went really fast. I had a girlfriend. I'm going to say she was 11, 12 years old. So she went to school one day, her and her brother. Normal day. Went through her school day. End of the day, she was looking for her brother and couldn't find him and figured maybe he went with his friends somewhere to the mall or whatever. So she proceeded to walk home. She gets home. She puts her key in the door, turns the lock, and the whole apartment's empty. Her mother took her brother out of school and moved to Canada and just abandoned her. 11, 12 years old, said, okay, kid, you're on your own. She went through the foster care system, and at one point I was trying to get my mom to let her come and live with us, and she wasn't. I don't remember why my mom didn't do it, but one of my other girlfriend's parents did, and then something happened and she had to go to another home. But before she was 18, she was finally hooked up with a great family, the DePolos, and they loved her as if she was their daughter. And she still has a great relationship with them to this day. She started talking to her mom, and I don't understand it. I wouldn't want to talk to her after that. You abandoned me at 11 years old. You took my brother, but you abandoned me. Oh my God. Having uncles just as bad. Nancy, I'm so sorry you had to go through that. That couldn't have been easy. I lost two children, not miscarriages. One was 2 months old and it was crib death, and the other I lost while I was having her. But I always tell people that people like you, people go through that and never have the outcome of having a child. At that point, I already had two boys. Insane. When I had my second kid, this still boils my blood. The lady in North Carolina who drowned her kids because she wanted to be with her boyfriend. As a mother, I could not imagine standing there watching the car go into the lake and your kids screaming and crying for you to help and you don't. That you're the one sending them there. Right there with you. It just baffles me as well. And sadly, at the end, he probably got that money when that kid passed. Greed is such a disgusting thing, Nancy. It's such a disgusting thing. So, earlier when I said my mom had money and my dad really didn't, it came at the cost of my Nona and Pop Pop. Their passing was what led to my mom getting money. My mom was a trust fund baby. And they left her a significant amount. She had a brother, but I think she got everything. And there was rumors that when I turned 18, we were all supposed to come into an inheritance. But that never happened. And at the end of our mom's life, it was horrible enough that our mom was murdered. I had to ID her. And it was like a week before we got her body back because they had to do their investigation. So me and 1, 2, 3, 4 of my sisters. So 5 of us girls are sitting there because my brother was in the army at the time and I don't remember where the other one was. But 4 of my sisters and me. I'm 18 years old. And this shit was fresh. It was raw. It was horrible. My sisters were fist fighting in the funeral home over money that was no longer there. And I remember slamming my hand on the table going, our mother is fucking dead and you're worried about goddamn fucking money. And I walked out of there. And I walked out of the funeral home. And I smoked about 5 cigarettes, crying my eyes out. Because I'm the baby in the situation. And these are my older siblings. And it's like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? Money is just such a weird fucking thing. Well, thank God he had you guys to turn that guy in. Thank God. I couldn't even imagine being so fucking venomous at the fact that I didn't get something that I would be willing to take it from somebody who did. The grandfather made the right decision because he knew what a piece of shit that guy was. And he wanted to make sure that, unfortunately, what had happened wasn't going to happen to him and that he would have a better life. So when I made that post earlier about not everybody has peaches and cream, just because I hate that saying more money, or the more money you have, the less problems you have. The problems just change into something different. You might not financially have to worry about keeping a roof over your head, clothes on your back, and food in your stomach. But don't underestimate that rich people aren't shady as fuck, too. Some of my friends growing up, their parents were either alcoholics or pill poppers or doing coke. Never knew any parents that were heroin addicts until I moved closer to the city. That was more of a prevalent problem. There was a girl I was roommates with when I had my second kid, and watching her downfall was horrible. So, two different areas, two different classes of people. I think sometimes it's a little worse in the richer community because kids have their parents' debit cards and credit cards and shit and can pull out money and go and get drugs from the west side, south side. Rich kids are not above getting drug problems, and they have easier access to it because of the fact that there's better money involved in that situation as opposed to the kids in the inner city that come from nothing and don't have anything and that have to rob and steal and sell themselves. I wish my sisters felt the same, Nancy. I'm from the second marriage, and they always told me growing up it didn't matter that we were half. But time in life has shown different. I think that my mom kept it going and forced them to have a relationship with me because they are nowhere to be found now in my adult years. When I used to live closer to the city, one of my sisters lived 10, 15 minutes away from me. Her husband was the godfather to my oldest. My kids grew up not knowing their aunts from my side of the family. So, my ex's family was all they knew. And in the end, I think it was a better choice because if they were willing to do that to us, then it was better off that my kids didn't know those type of people. They were going to find out those type of people eventually, but they grew up in a very loving environment. My sister-in-laws and brother-in-laws were all great to my kids, as I was to theirs. My mom may not have been around, but my mother-in-law, oh my God, what a beautiful woman. I couldn't have asked for a better grandparent for my children. And both my boys loved her immensely. My mother-in-law tried doing that, but, it kind of backfired. My mother-in-law put my sister-in-law, who I'm very close to, in charge of things because she knew she would be the fairest and wouldn't try and manipulate anything when everything was said and done. But one of her sisters started some stupid shit and got some family members thinking one way when it wasn't even that way. Isn't it funny? You sit there and you're like, okay, they live kind of a frugal life, and then all of a sudden, boom. You're like, where did this come from? But I'm guessing, Nancy, that your parents probably grew up in the Depression era, maybe. And people like that, yeah, they didn't flaunt their wealth, and they lived frugally because they knew that it could be wiped out in one fell swoop. My father in law was like that. When he passed, we didn't think he had really a pot to piss in. But as we were cleaning up certain things to get rid of certain things in the house that we no longer needed of his, we were finding money all over the place. I think the final count was something like 85 grand was hidden in the house. Not to mention the money that he had set up in other things. But that man squirreled away 85 grand. And he did not have like this top level job where that was possible. But he wanted to make sure that my mother-in-law was taken care of. I think they had plans to be together longer than they were. My mother-in-law lived way longer after my father-in-law. Aww. I'm sorry you lost them so close together. My best friend's going through that right now with his in-laws. And my heart hurts for both him and his wife because they're all very close. I couldn't imagine losing them if you have great parents, losing them so close together. Because, yeah, usually you'll get to keep one of them. We got to keep the mother-in-law. One thing that was funny, though, Nancy, she forced us to start doing her will. She wasn't sick or anything, but she was very worried in the fact that if, God forbid, something happened to her and she died unexpectedly, the home that she had would become the county's. So she didn't want that to happen. She's like, me and your father worked way too hard to have Cook County come and take this house. And plus, I want to always make sure your brothers have a place to stay because at this point, they were the only two who didn't have homes. They had apartments, but they didn't own their own homes where everybody else had their own house. So everybody else was set up. They were the last two born. So we did our best. If she struggled, if she needed some help, we would all band together and help her. Me, well, my ex, his brother, who's his twin, and this particular sister-in-law, always were there to help her. And it wasn't like the other kids didn't want to. Some of them weren't in a position to. So, but they loved their mom. So my mother-in-law really forced her hand to do her will for that reason. And so we're sitting in the lawyer's office and we're going through, stuff to make sure her rights were respected. So we get to the burial aspect. My mother-in-law was from Delaware. And she came here to Chicago in, I think she said, the 40s. Yeah, I think it was like the 40s she came here. And when we got to the burial situation, my sister-in-law goes, okay, so you want to be buried next to Daddy. And my mother-in-law turned and looked at her daughter and said, I spent enough time with that man. Don't you bury me next to him. And she's like, Mom. And she's like, no, I want to be buried by my family in Delaware. So the last time we spoke about her will, I had this in my head, that she wanted to be flown out to Delaware and buried out there. So her time comes, and I was lucky enough to be there the day before she passed, and then I went there the next day because she passed the next day. I went there to go and sit with the family until the coroner came to pick her up. We honored her wishes. She did not want to die in a hospice. She wanted to die in her own bed, and that's what she got to do. And when she passed, and when I got to the house, I go up to my sister-in-law. I'm like, so we're going to have to buy plane tickets, huh? She looks at me kind of confused, and she's like, why? Where are we going? And I'm like, well, the last time we talked about the will, your mom said something about not being buried by your dad and being buried in Delaware. And she's like, oh, yeah, I talked her out of that. We changed that. And I'm like, oh, thank God. Because as much as we loved her, we want to put flowers on her grave for her birthday and for Mother's Day and other things. And if she's all the way in Delaware, it's a plane ticket. Your mom passed a week before last Christmas. Yeah, it really is. I'm sorry she had to go through that. And it was kind of the same thing with my mother-in-law. My mom, it was a complete shock. She was killed. So there was no illness. There was no saying goodbye. My mother-in-law, we were prepared for it. She was dying of congestive heart failure, and she was fine until, I had a great conversation with her, and then, a week later, she took a turn for the worse and never bounced back. But that was the good thing. She was not suffering anymore. I still feel that way about certain things. I have my mom in the back of my head going, don't do it. I will come down there and smack you. Yeah, very, very few. I've heard horror stories. My mother-in-law was like my best friend. She did, and I appreciated her. She saved my life in the time after losing my mom. If she didn't keep hold of me, I wouldn't be here sitting there telling you guys these stories. I probably would have ended up as a drug addict to kill the pain. I was pissed off for a very long time after my mom was taken from me. And she made sure I came out of that okay. I still think my mom had a hand in somewhat knowing that she wasn't going to be around for the rest of my life, and directed me to a person who was just like her and teaching me the same things that she was teaching me growing up. I just wish my sisters would have paid a little more attention, because my mom was a very giving person, a very loving person. She wouldn't turn her back on anybody. So I appreciate her very much. Like I said, I couldn't have asked for a better grandparent for my children. The values and stuff that she showed them. When it snowed, not even a question. Both those boys, without even their dad at a certain point, would go over to their grandmother's and shovel out her sidewalk and her stairs so she could let her dogs out. Put salt down. If Graham needed her grass mowed, they would go over there. So I got very lucky. I got two moms in life that were great women and guided me. In fact, Nancy, when I finally left her son, she turned around and told me she had the ability of making me feel 5 years old by putting my face in her hands. And before I got in the truck to leave, she put her hands on my face and told me, if you can't make it in that big bad world, you come back here. You always have a home here with me. I tried taking her with me, Nancy. She wouldn't go. I told her, I'm like, you can come and live with me. All you have to do is make me stuffed peppers or something good once a month. And she meant it. If she were still alive today with me going through what I'm going through, I wouldn't be going through this. As much as I wouldn't want to go back to living in that area, I at least would have a home, and that wouldn't have gone. I wouldn't be going through what I'm going through. She'd be like, you come home. Yeah, how many people when they leave their son try taking their in-laws with them? Hi! Yeah, she was a very good person. I miss her a lot. I know my kids miss her a lot. I hate that she will not get to see my grandchildren come into this world because of how much she loved my children. But she wasn't going to live forever. And I've gotten to see the flip side of the coin, Nancy. I was working in a bar for the past couple of years, and one of my favorite customers was this guy named Carl. We bonded over being Packers fans. He was 98 years young. And we would have conversations sometimes where he's like, I don't know why I'm still the last one left. He watched his friends pass. He watched his wife pass in 2020. They were married for over 60-something years. So I could imagine that's got to be crazy watching all your friends and family members and stuff. His kids were both still alive and senior citizens at that point. But yeah, I don't know if I'd want to live to almost 100. And he still drove. He still drove. When he passed, he had just passed his driving test. Like, I think 3 weeks before. He caught a cold and it turned into pneumonia and it took him out. Pneumonia. He wasn't even taking he wasn't taking that many medications. He was very healthy. Had his wits about him. I loved having conversations with him because if you remember earlier, I said I loved history. He got to live certain parts of history that I only got to read about. So I'm sad that he passed, but I'm kind of glad that he passed while I was there because I would have hated it if I was back home and he passed now. Yeah, I can't imagine that to be easy. I wouldn't want to watch my friends and family pass and me still being stuck here and not being able to talk to any of them. It's been hard. It's been hard at the fact that I have mourned my mother longer than I had her in life. Same with my grandparents. I had my grandparents up until I was 6. I lost them both in one shot. And my dad's side of the family, I didn't get to really know. I have aunts, uncles, stuff like that. I have no fucking idea. I could run into somebody with my last name and they could potentially be my cousin. Uncle. Aunt. I don't think my dad had any more kids. At least he shouldn't have because he really did a fucked up job with me. Yeah, I'm very proud of my boys. One of them makes more money than I will ever see in my lifetime. because of his intelligence. And I'm glad that I nurtured that. I'm glad that I encouraged that. Because if you do it right, that's what you do. You make sure your kids do better than you. I didn't want them growing up thinking everything was handed to them. So I taught them responsibilities and earning your keep, and things aren't just given to you because you get good grades or you're handsome. You got to work for things in life. Eesh. So you did better off by not talking to them. It's weird to me that, like, my nieces and nephews, I know my nieces all, except for one, because I think if anything, she has to be like maybe 20, maybe in her mid 20s. But the other nieces are moms or married. On my ex's side, oh my God, it freaks me out. I watch them grow. I put diapers on some of them, and it's like, you're now a mom. Yay, Kat, welcome back. So it's kind of weird that certain nieces and nephews I have pegged at a certain age, and it's weird that they're now fathers or mothers. Well, me and Nancy have been talking a lot, so again, we're still not 100% sure how this thing works, so I'm sure you'll be back to number one, Kat. Yeah, I guess I'm kind of lucky that they just leave me alone instead of bothering me for money. But they all have more than I do because they all married husbands that have a decent um, amount of cash. Knucklehead! Did you see that Freeman got one right across the street? He was laughing because I called him after the live, and I was like, at first, I'm like, is that your block? And then at the end of it, I could tell it was his block because the kiddo went up into his crib and he was laughing. He's like, damn, you know my block. And I'm like, well, I've been there a couple of times. And it's nice to see you finally came back, Joe, because last night you said you were going to make tea and never came back. But yeah, he was laughing at the fact that I know his block so well. So he was thinking about going out, and he's like, I'll call you and let you know if I do, and I haven't heard anything. I haven't seen a text. I was telling him, Joe, is, Lolla Palooza is going on down in Grant Park for the next 3 days. All those tax dollars of white shirts and blue shirts just standing around. I think we should investigate that. I tried talking you guys into it last year, too. And Riot Fest. But Riot Fest, you went to a dispensary and said there was all kinds of people like Batman. Well, he has the kiddo, so I don't know if the kid is a factor. He does that to me too, Joe. He'll be like, yeah, we'll go out, and then I don't hear from him. I have been waiting for him to call me back for 2 days. I gave up, and I made the incentive. Yeah, because they block off so many area of Ogden Avenue for Douglas Park. You can only get so far down until you have to veer off. And if you were going to the dispensary I think you were going to on Ogden and Western, yeah, you have to veer off in order to be able to get back on track to go over there. I would assume you'd veer off into... I don't know if Taylor Street comes on that side. I know if you're on Western, I know you can hook up to Taylor Street. But I don't know if it goes all the way through by Douglas Park area. If we went downtown by Grant Park, we'd definitely have to park like... Finding parking that you don't have to pay for, and then walk over to Grant Park. That would be my guess. Because I know when I go to the Metro, there's so much permit parking where you have to have a sticker to be able to park in that area, that there's times where we're parked like 7-8 blocks away from Cabaret Metro and Wrigley. And Grant Park's right there by LSD and the lake, so... Jesus. We have NASCAR sometimes here in Chicago where they block off certain streets and do that. But the people are excited about it. He is just appealing to one specific demographic there. Having fucking Dana White and his UFC fighting. But yet people are still hurting. People are still having a hard time putting a roof over their head, food in their stomachs. One thing that's really bugging me is the surcharge on things when you can't find it. So there's this coffee I like, Nancy, that I get from Walmart. And at first I thought it was Dunkin' Donuts because it says Dunkin' on it. But it's made by Smucker's Jam, Jelly, whatever. It's made by that company. So the flavor that I get is butter pecan. And it's a seasonal thing. It's supposed to go from like December until May. And I guess after May, they just don't ship it and they just get rid of whatever they've got, however long it takes them. Well, we have hit that point where there's no more of those. And they still have some in the warehouse. How about that $8 bag of coffee? Now, because you can't get it, is $21 a bag to get it shipped from the warehouse to your house if you really want it. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, my Lord. The last season of America is just fucking wild, Nancy. Just fucking wild. Right? Because you can't get it anymore. And I don't think you can buy it directly from Smucker's, because I think they distribute it strictly to Walmart. But yeah, that's just crazy. So now I'm going to have, well, I found an alternative. And that one's $8 a bag, but I have to have it shipped. And right now I don't need the coffee, but when I run out of coffee, I'm going to have to probably buy 2 of those. Oh, wait, no, I don't think it has to be shipped. I think it's in the store. But yeah, $21 for a small bag of coffee. That's not Dunkin' Donuts or Starbucks. So either I'm going to order the one that I found as an alternative, or I'll just go back to drinking the caramel coffee that I've been drinking. Dunkin' Donuts has a caramel coffee. Starbucks has a caramel coffee, and it just depends on what's on sale. Because even those have gotten quite pricey. Yeah, he's totally taking the Constitution and wiping his ass with it. There used to be guidelines and stuff that could stop stuff that's happening today, but so many corrupt people are in power that they're letting them do it. You have food, man. I mean, don't get me wrong, Nancy, me too, but he's a sore loser, and I'm surprised he's not firing judges at this point. I know he can't, but I'm surprised he's not trying to. And boy, is he pissed that that lady that he did that to got paid. I don't know if you had heard, he was trying to get the money back. Because there was like a certain amount they made him put into an account, and the reason she got it was because he kept on getting smacked down in court, and now he's pissed that she got paid and that she made an announcement that she got paid for what he did. I listen to this great kid sometimes when I'm trying to go to sleep. Sometimes I'm awake and watching him live. But 9 out of 10 times I watch it after he's done it. And he debates people like that. It is so fucking twisted, their reality and their way of thinking. Yeah, hopefully so. It is so funny how they're so blind to the fact. You know, they'll sit there and say, yeah, no, I would never support somebody who did something like that. And then they make all kinds of excuses why he's not guilty of it. It's like, I'm sorry, what? The day I can't trust my eyes, I'm jumping in the box, Nancy. The day I get that fucking brainwashed that I will make up a whole alternative reality to what my eyes just saw. One cool thing me and Joe and Freeman and Duper got to do last year was go over by the Broadview facility with the ice situation. Joe even got hit with some pepper balls. If you're still here, Joe. You fade in and out. I don't know if you had to make a Jimmy's run. Yeah, seeing as they want to deny that island so much, I think they should all go live on it. I already, as you can tell, have not do not have a very high opinion of my father. But if my father ever went on a national TV show and said that he would date me or do me, how disgusting is that? It's one thing to say my daughter's very beautiful, and I can understand why young men find her attractive. But to say something like that, that's just so fucking cringe. And now his kid just did it with his daughter. Weird fucking family there. And everybody wants to say, oh, Ivanka, she's the good one. No, no, no. I mean, even now, the younger one's getting dragged into a situation with the Tate brothers. I have to kind of agree with you on that, Nancy, but the sad part is she's still looking for that vindication. In the beginning, when he was running the first time, she was trying to get gays for Trump because she believes in the LGBT community. But she's probably the less corrupt out of them all. She was raised more by mom than she ever was by him. He just threw money at them. Marijuana, cigarettes. I live in a green state, so I'm legally allowed to do that. Yeah, you don't hear that kid talk at all. And the last time they showed a video of him, he did not look happy to be there. I used to be before we even became legal, Polo. I'm just now not getting in trouble for it. I can't believe there's still some places at this point in time that aren't legalized, but there is the Bible Belt, and certain areas are just never going to be green areas unless the state gets flipped. Well, I'm glad that you're a fellow smoker. Yeah, I have a friend in Texas. Indiana, right next to me, they're not. I don't think Kansas is. I know Wisconsin isn't. So those people come in here just to be able to smoke because they can. But there is still kind of like weird little things like out in public and stuff like that. But concerts and stuff like that, they don't really bother you. But like walking down the street with the joint, not very permissible. It can be done, but if a cop decides to have a wild hair up his ass, he can definitely take you in for it. All the dealers were your students. Yeah, that's kind of what happened here when we became green, Polo. Is the fact that all of a sudden dispensaries were all over the place. Some are a little cheaper than others, depending, but from my understanding, my state is the highest in all the United States when it comes to taxes. We have a 24% tax tacked on to whatever the price of things are. I have people in California laughing their asses off at me when I tell them how much an eighth is. They're like, "Are you fucking kidding me?" So, even though I have dispensaries, I still like going to the black market aspect of it because, rosy things. Um, because when I drop like even $60, I get way more than what I would get at the dispensary. Michigan is legal and they're way cheaper than us. I have some friends that leave my state to go to Michigan to go and buy because it's cheaper there. You get the McLovin discount. I love it. I'm an old school pothead, Polo. I don't need to know how much percentage THC is in it. I don't need to know the name of it. Just give me something that doesn't have a lot of seeds and stems and doesn't taste like shit. I think it's so weird how that is now. We have edibles. The bar that I hang out at, Polo, on the weekends, they have a THC drink that's 10 milligrams. No alcohol, just a straight THC watermelon drink. They are delicious. I could probably pound like 12 of those easy because it's like drinking Kool-Aid. Eh, it's hard to tell, Polo, because the bar that I go to, I can also bring my flour and my chillum. So it's kind of hard to tell. Like last Saturday, I went to go see some friends who were playing at the bar, and I drank 3 10 milligrams THC drinks. Then the friend's band who was playing, his girlfriend gave me a 20 milligram gummy, and on top of that, I was smoking in general. So it's kind of hard to gauge. That night, when I go home, everything's pretty much closed. Our McDonald's aren't always 24 hours. The bar that I go to closes at 2, and Wendy's is probably next to Taco Bell, the only thing open really late at night. So I didn't want to have to veer off and try and get some food that I wasn't really going to enjoy. So I ordered a pizza before I went to the bar that night. And when I came home, I destroyed like 7 or 8 pieces. So I think it worked. I wish it were that easy for me, Nancy, because then I would have gotten more sleep with this fractured knee that I have. You would figure the painkillers they gave me would have done the job, but I don't like taking pain pills. I'd rather smoke a joint. I'd rather smoke a bowl. Play with my bubbler. I wish my bong were here. I've never been to New Mexico, but I've seen pictures, and I think it's crazy that at one part it's desert, and if you go up into the mountains, it's a way different wavelength. It's kind of cool that there's somewhere like that in the United States, in the world in general. But yeah, it has not been pleasant, Nancy. But hopefully it'll heal before Riot Fest. Riot Fest is in the middle of September. Because got to do a lot of walking. Ooh. Are you sick? Is that why your tonsils are swollen? Because one time I had a Scooby snack hit me in the back of my tonsils and it really fucked me up. But yeah, I'm not a big pain pill person, Nancy. It's just the past 2 days I've had to take a pain pill to sleep, but it it because I don't take them that much, which I guess is a good thing. The day before I slept until 5. Tonight or today, I was up for a little bit after I got up at 11:45 because I was waiting for a plumber who never ended up coming. Yay. And when it passed the time that I was told, I was watching something on TV and then I passed out and woke up at 8 o'clock. Good advice. Yeah, because if you have an infection, that'll hopefully help you with your tonsils. Unless you just have, some people have tonsil problems and that's why they get them removed. Right? I don't understand that. That happened to my ex. So he didn't slip two discs in his back, but a muscle tore off in a work related accident. And he had to sit there and suffer for so long before they ended up giving him an MRI and then talking about surgery and, the next steps. Okay. I mean, I do the same. I mix my weed with tobacco, but not at the same time. And yeah, no. Sometimes it does not help. And I smoke menthol on top of it, Polo. So that really does not help. That's kind of what's going on with me, Nancy, is they did the x-rays. They saw the fracture. So for the last week, I've had to keep my leg in a brace and keeping it straight. Yesterday, he told me I could take it off because he doesn't want my knee locking up and freezing up, and he wants me to start moving it around a little bit. Because the fracture isn't a compound fracture where the bone came out. It's a fracture where he thinks it should heal on its own without putting it in a cast, without surgery. Knock on wood. But he did tell me that in 2 weeks, if I'm not feeling any better, that they're going to do an MRI. And that might change. So hopefully this gets better. I asked him if there was any kind of like exercises or something that I could do to strengthen and, so he gave me some paperwork. He gave me a suggestion because I asked him, well, if it's starting to hurt, if I don't want to take a pain pill, can I put biofreeze on it? He's like, yeah, that's not really great. So he gave me a piece of paper. I think it was called Voltarn or Voltartan or something like that. It's kind of like biofreeze, but it's more of an anti-inflammatory. Yeah, me too, Paulo. Hopefully that helps. Cause honey's a great throat coat for your throat. When I was a kid, I used to have a lot of sore throats myself, And my mom would make a concoction of lemon juice and honey and put it in a spray bottle. And I would spray my throat when it would start hurting. The citrus would help, and the honey, because of the properties for getting germs and stuff like that. Honey is a really great natural antibiotic, so to speak. I was sick like for 2 weeks because it got really hot here, so going in and out of air conditioning. It started with a sore throat, and then it went on into a really nasty full on cold. I'm still trying to kick it. But when you're a smoker, it's kind of hard to kick the coughs. They always kind of hang around regardless. Yeah, we used to have something called chloroseptic, and the chloroseptic usually did nothing. So my mom, I don't know if it was an old wives' tales thing, but yeah, anytime I broke out with sore throats, she would always make me that, and I would spray that, and it tasted good. It tasted a lot better than the chloroseptic. The chloroseptic was very medicine-y, and it would numb your throat for a minute, but not long enough. So give it a try. You can use lemon concentrate, because I don't think she was. That woman loved me, but I could not see her wringing out a bunch of lemons just to make that. And I wish I could remember to tell you how she did it. I don't know if it was, half and half, but enough to make the honey not so thick to come through the spray nozzle. And you don't want it on the shooting, you want it where it's misting. So see, you hopped in a chat and we're giving you all kinds of medical advice. Hopefully it's good medical advice, and hopefully it helps you and gets you through while you're having this sore throat. Yeah, it's supposed to help with voices too. No problem. No problem. Helping out a fellow smoker so they can go back to enjoying their weed. I hear it is very hot by you guys. My friend who was in here earlier, she was telling us that it was triple digits. But she said something about it being 80 degrees right now where she's at in Texas. I myself am in the wonderful city of Chicago. You don't know what to do at the time. I like music, Polo, so I'm always looking forward to concerts. I'm going to a 3-day music fest in September that I look forward to every year. Every year, it has always been a great lineup. It's a mixture between punk rock. They have rap artists come in. We've had the Wu-Tang Clan there. We've had Ice Cube. This year we have Afro Man coming. But I hear you. Sometimes I get so lazy that I don't want to do anything. I just hang out with my dog getting baked. But when I start getting stir crazy and I'm not going to a concert, I'll go and hang out at the bar that I was just talking about the THC drink being at. I'm probably one of the few people that wake up the next morning and are not all fucked up with a hangover because I was drinking THC and not alcohol. Don't get it twisted. I definitely like to enjoy to drink, but I don't drink to the point where I'm stumbling all over myself or puking. Right? I'm excited to see Afro Man this year. And I know there's going to be a lot of weed smoking when he sings Because I Got High. There was a band that came a couple of years back called Run the Jewels. They're a rap act. Really love them. LP and Killer Mike. And they have their own strain. They have a song called Ooh La La. And they have their own strain of weed. And they were throwing weed out into the crowd. Oh, he's been doing shows for years. I've seen him in big venues. I've seen him in little venues. Afro Man is legend. I mean, on top of what he did with how he shamed those fucking cops. Yeah, it's a fun time, Polo. It's something that I started working years ago. It started off in a warehouse with just local Chicago punk bands, and through the years, it has gotten way bigger, and more national acts have come to join in. Oh, I'm sure he will. So in September, Nancy, watch out. September 20th, 21st, and 22nd, I believe, are the dates. I have something posted on my community page, but I know that the 21st is officially last year our mayor made it Riot Fest Day. So you'll get my first 3 notifications, but after that you'll have to keep on coming back to the page to see what I uploaded. And I'm hoping Afro Man is going to be on one of the main stages because depending on what day, I know what day he's supposed to play, but I don't know the time, is what I mean, I guess. They haven't put out the schedule of what time everybody's playing because I want to be front row to Tool. So with being front row to Tool on Saturday, more than likely I'm going to have to stand in the same spot for 5-6 hours. Well, I'm glad that you found your way off of the crystal meth and that you're here talking to us today. Congratulations on that. That is not an easy fed. I lost a friend to a very horrible heroin addiction. So I'm glad that you were strong enough to make it 2 years sober off of that. You know, weed has benefits of the anxiety and stuff like that. I don't know what the weaning off of crystal meth in general is, but I know like with heroin addicts, they give them methadone. So they're giving them a form of the drug that's supposed to make them not crave it, but it doesn't always work. And if yours is just smoking some weed to even kill you out, I'm a fact that you were no longer around the area where it was easy for you to achieve that. So, I mean, I'm sure you could probably find it in your area if you looked hard enough, but now you don't know the certain people that you could go to in the past. Yeah, speed was a huge thing. And thank you for sharing that. I mean, here you're amongst people you don't know and being brave enough to share part of your life with us. Thank you for that. Thank you for the honesty. I'm glad that you have a great sister that loved you enough. And now you get to have a better life with her and the kids. We all have struggles in this life, Paulo. It's the rising above it that some people can't do, and you've already done that. And that's a great way to look at that. That's a great way to look at that. The fact that you want to be an inspiration to somebody going through that. That, hey, look, things aren't always great, but I'm not struggling as hard anymore. I've gotten over this hump, and if I can help you by just sharing my story or helping you in general, I think that's awesome. Like I said, I lost a very dear friend. Great human being. Great fucking human being. But they couldn't get over their addiction. And the sad part is, Polo, they were a year sober. And they got that craving again. And their tolerance was really low. And when they went to go and do it, it was their final time. We all live in regret, wishing we knew he had that feeling so we could have stopped him. But unfortunately, when it comes to stuff like that, some people, you can't stop. I wish there was somebody, he had a great family too, who loved him and told him, they would do anything for him. So it's always good to hear a good story. And may your sobriety continue and that you don't have to go back to that life. It's going to be a daily struggle for the rest of your life. You're always going to be feeling that urge to go. It's acting on it is a whole different thing. Yeah, it was a horrible ending for him, Nancy. He died alone in an abandoned building on the west side of Chicago. And he wasn't the epitome of a heroin addict. He wasn't stealing from his family. Unfortunate for him, he was in music and his band made it to the national act. So he had money and he had people who were more than willing to give him shit. Yeah, no, 100%. I think it takes a very brave person to share their story of things that they've gone through. And I'm sure that just like tore you apart. Some people just can't get out of that vicious cycle. There was a nice young lady that I met at a job, and she was addicted to heroin. And how she got addicted to heroin was she was in a very horrible car accident, and it started with painkillers. And then when they stopped giving her the painkillers because she got so addicted to them, she turned to heroin. She got in trouble while we were working together, and they stuck her in a 30-day rehab facility to avoid her going to jail. And when she came out, she looked great. She looked great. And I was turning around and telling her one day, me and her were having a conversation. She's like, I only did that not to go to jail. Between you and me, I'm probably going to go and score a bag of heroin tomorrow. And she went back to her addiction. And then there came a point where where she turned around. Okay, you guys are gonna have to go on the ceiling because I gotta plug in. Um, there came a point where she decided that she had to move out of here. She was gonna try conquering her drug addiction again, and she moved to Florida. And last we heard, she was doing okay, and then more recently, we found out that she passed. So it's not an easy road to go down. I'm so sorry, Polo. But you can't beat yourself up too, because you know as well as anybody that the person who's going through that addiction, they have to stop on their own. And I totally understand you feeling responsible and hurting because you weren't there this one time. But don't let that throw you off track. Let that keep you on track into reminding you what the life was and what it can lead to. Because I'm sure your sister is so proud of you right now in the 2 years you've been sober. And she would be the one feeling the way that you're feeling if something happened to you. I can't even begin to give you advice because you've lived this life where I have not. But pay attention to little things, even if it's something small and minuscule. Moments with your sister's kids, moments you're having with your sister. And then eventually, it'll lead to bigger things that you're proud of and that you hold on to. This could be the beginning of a beautiful start for you. I've had friends that went through that, Nancy, yeah, and they were just distraught. Their husbands would go on like coke binges and disappear for 2, 3 days. Wiki water. I guess that's PCP. I don't know. All I know is it smells horrible. And, I don't have a drug addiction, but some things haven't been going right for me in the last few years since I had a heart attack in 2021. But that's the thing that keeps me going. I don't want to hurt my loved ones by, as the term they use, taking the easy way out. So every day I get up and I fight. So that way, if I lose my battle by nature and my heart condition, at least I know I went down fighting. I told my best friend, like about 6 months ago, that I sent him a video of a very moving speech somebody was giving about their best friend. Me and him have been best friends for many, many years since childhood. And I told him, I was like, when I go, you better give this great of a speech. And he sends me back after listening to it. He goes, what do you mean when you go? He goes, how do you know I won't go? And I'm like, I don't, but I wouldn't be able to live without you. He's the brother I always wanted. And he tells everybody I'm the sister he never wanted. Oh, Polo. I'm sorry she's still in active addiction. But sometimes we do make those sacrifices, even if it means our own life. You know, she made that selfless act knowing that if you stayed with her, that it wouldn't be just her going down. I hope she finds her way out of it. My best friend that I just spoke of, his brother's been in drug addiction for years. We tried getting him help, and he said he would take it. And he only lasted 4 days in the rehab and decided that living under a bridge in California doing crystal meth was the way to go. So now we just sit here waiting for that phone call we know eventually we'll get. And this kid, this guy, was our hero when we were growing up. He's the one who taught us things in sports. Always a good looking kid. Girls were all over him when he was younger. Very good looking kid. Yeah, it's tough when you love somebody and now you're watching what everybody's been watching with you. And the fact that you know that you wouldn't be here for today if it wasn't for that sacrifice. Again, I hope she finds her way out. And yeah, I agree with Nancy. I'm glad you're taking care of you. Every day you wake up, it's a blessing. Every day you wake up and you stay sober is a blessing. Like I said, just try and focus on the little things as much as you can. Little things are sometimes what get me through. Seeing a beautiful butterfly, taking a walk with my dog. Up until recently, when my scooter tried to kill me, I like taking rides on my e-scooter because I don't drive, and it's not because I never or I had my license taken away from me. I've never had a DUI. I've never had a car accident that was my fault or what have you. I've been in car accidents, but not where I was driving. I just never got my license. So getting this e-scooter was very freeing to me. And, I mean, I'm a full fledged adult. I should be driving a car, but I'm trying to get over the humps so I can get to that point. And sometimes I like to take my dog to the spot where I wished for her because it's a beautiful little spot. It's a babbling brook by a bridge. Yeah, especially when they're going through a drug addiction and can't control their actions. I'm just glad that your sister was able to talk you into this moment, Polo. because we weren't able to talk my best friend's brother into it. We thought he was going to do something, and I got lucky, you know. I mean, my ex wasn't a heavy drinker who I had children with. He smoked a little bit of pot, and then he stopped. He smoked cigarettes and stopped. He's just a dick at times. I couldn't blame it on anything. But he gave me two beautiful children. And getting to be their mom was the greatest thing I ever did in life. Me and Kat joke about having stories, but my best stories are my kids' stories. Exactly, Nancy. I would give anything for my best friend's brother to be clean and be back to the hero he was to us. It's hard thinking of him choosing that life. But he's got to want to make himself sober. He's got to want to live that life, and he just doesn't. He had spurts in life where he was clean for a while and just kept on going back. And every time he went back, it was always something worse. It started off with coke, then it went to crack, then it was heroin, then it was meth. We can't believe how much abuse his body has taken and not just quit. Exactly, Nancy. I was staying with a friend for a couple of years, Polo, and she had children back to back, a boy and a girl. And when it was time for me to move, I was having such a hard time not being able to see them all the time. But we get to video call. She doesn't live too terribly far, but our work schedules are a little bit different, and she's off on the weekends where I am not. Um, and she likes to do a lot of things with her kids because they're little, like go to the zoo or go swimming now that it's summertime, or to a water park or a jumping place. Now you get to make all kinds of new memories, and these kids get to grow up with you, and they get to put their little hand or fingerprints on your heart. And you feel so free to say that, you get bored and all you do is smoke. Maybe start brainstorming with your sister, coming up with ideas. Maybe going to the park with the kids. I'm the crazy aunt. I'm a jungle gym to my niece and nephews, with them being little. My nephew and me have a game where we play rocket ship or airplane. I don't know how my girlfriend's doing it at her age, having kids this young, because I was a lot younger when I had mine. But I absolutely love the time that I get to spend with them and play with them. Surprise, surprise. Wow. So is that what started him into going to speed? Because the speed was kind of helping him with the ADD at first, and then it just turned into a full blown addiction. One of my friends that happened to, he was getting in so much trouble that that was his sentence. He could either go to jail or go into the Marines, and he went to the Marines. Yeah. It's like, how are you going to diagnose me with something and then take away the medication that helps me? And it led to something far worse. Some things are not so good to self medicate with. Alcohol, even though it's a legal drug. I think weed is like the lowest common denominator. It's like taking an aspirin, just chilling out and listening to music, watching a movie, getting the munchies. But, too, even though you go into the military, doesn't you're not supposed to do drugs, but some people do get dishonorably discharged because they're addictions. That's what happened to one of my friends. He wanted to go into the Marines so bad, and he enlisted. He went in, and he got busted smoking pot, and they kicked him out. My one nephew, oh my god, what a fucking idiot. So he got pretty much that. It was like an army boot camp. It wasn't necessarily him enlisting. It was he had the choice to go to the boot camp. I think it was like 3 months. And if he didn't complete the boot camp, the judge told him that he would give him like something like 4 years. My nephew got there. Oh, okay. My nephew got there. Day one, decided he wasn't going to do it and took the 4 years. I'm like, are you fucking insane? At least in the boot camp, he had a little more freedom. It wasn't easy. He was going to have to work out and do all kinds of things. But yeah, he decided to take the 4 years in the pen. We'd bonk like bunnies and I'd clean the house. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be laughing at that, but that's pretty funny. Yeah. And it starts off something harmless like that, you know? I've had quite a few nephews get involved in the booger sugar. Not so much nieces, and if they did, I didn't know about it. But yeah, a couple of nephews. The nephew that took the 4 years, it was a cocaine charge. And he came out and he did pretty good, and he was doing good for a while, and then he got bored and went back to that life and went back to jail again. In fact, his son is the son that I was talking about, the nephew that was raised with my kids. It was his son because he was too busy going out getting high, and mom was too busy being angry at dad for cheating on her. His bouncy behavior as a child and let him know it repeatedly. Eesh. Yeah, the Marines are no joke. I mean, no branch of service is easy, but the Marines are like tougher than tough. And If anybody's seen the movie Full Metal Jacket, you get to see what they go through in training. I definitely would not be able to make it in any of the branches. Not just because I'm old, but I hated gym class, so scaling a wall is not going to be in my favor. We'd be there all night, we'd be there all week. In fact, the person who would have to stay with me would be sitting there going, statistically, you should have made it by now. Yeah, they were doing a lot of crazy stuff back then. Opium was a huge thing. And it's kind of funny when you think about it. Some drugs were started off as a medication on some level, like Coke. That's really true that back in the day, original Coke had cocaine in it because it was considered a medicinal purpose. And even today, like when you go to get a numbing agent in your mouth, lidocaine, that's a form of cocaine. That's why it numbs your mouth. I remember Nancy in sophomore year, my girlfriend comes up to me and she's like, I found a diet. We can eat whatever we want and we don't really have to work out. And I'm like, okay, well, what's this diet? Because back then there were like pills and drinks and stuff that you could drink. So I thought she was going to tell me something like that, that there was some new weight loss drug. Her idea was we do Coke because then we could get skinny. But we wouldn't do it until we got addicted. I had clumsiness, but it was also laziness. I'm not going to even fucking lie, Nancy. I hated when they made us run the mile. Again, it was a participation thing. And then also with gym, there was also another reason why I didn't like gym. How you had in middle school, how you had to change. I had bruises that I had to hide. So I didn't necessarily like changing around all the other girls because then they would have seen the marks that were being left on me from my dad. So 9 out of 10 times, if I dressed for gym, I would go into the bathroom stall and dress. The only time I ever liked gym was when we played dodgeball. And then there was this weird thing we would do with like a parachute. But other than that, like running a mile and having to do strenuous things, that was not in my repertoire. And I wasn't like a fat kid by any means necessary. I did things, but electively, not being told. I hated when we had to do square dancing. That was just so fucking lame. I was like, how is this even gym? And then there came a point where in high school you had to do gym in order to graduate. It was one of the requirements or something. And I remember asking my gym teacher, where in life besides the military am I going to be asked to drop and give you 20? I was like, because I need to know these jobs because I'm not going to work them. Yeah, I did a number once and I did a line. I did lines quite a few times. And I just didn't like how it made me feel. I love watching people on it though. Like when the paranoia kicks in, they're creeping out and looking out a window. Yeah, I have enough anxiety and depression from things that have happened in my life. I don't need to add to it. Right? Unless I go to a hoedown, when am I ever going to be turning my partner going round and round? It was just the dumbest thing. I was like, who's doing this? Who's coming up with these ideas? Because I need to speak to their manager. Cool. No, that's okay, Paulo. You got to catch up with the sister for the day. I'm glad that you guys are together. Please tell your sister that we think she's awesome. At least the foxtrot would have been useful at weddings. Nancy. And I have people pop in and pop out anyway. She was rolling a blessing. I had to look away. It's like, I want to, but I can't. I know that when I'm like sick, when I have a cold, if I smoke, it does nothing for me. Oh, swing dancing. Yeah, that would have been fun. Yeah, when I'm sick, it just does nothing. I'm just smoking and wasting my weed because it's not even getting giving me what it normally does. And then it's just fucking up my throat even more if I'm sick and coughing. I like how you said rolling a blessing. I can't roll for shit, Polo. If I do, I have to use like a cigarette machine. And I don't smoke joints to begin with very much. I usually use a chillum, a bubbler, a bong. I like glass. But I could see maybe where it's not such a good idea for you. Bleezy. Yeah, we all have problems with our autocorrect. We'll spell something and it'll correct it to what it thinks it is. And then it's like, how is that even a word? Sometimes stuff comes out and you're like, I never knew that was a word. Yeah, I can't roll for shit. Either they end up looking pregnant or they're too tight. There was this great band in, I want to say the 90s, the Big Bad Voodoo Daddies. That was kind of like trying to bring swing music back. And then the Stray Cats. I love the Stray Cats. Brian Seltzer. We're gonna rock this town, rock it inside out. I always loved the rockabilly look. I always loved the aesthetic of it. The girls always looked so pretty. So back in the day with my children's father, um, he had this best friend that sometimes we would play this game called pitching quarters. And what we were doing was we were trying to hit the line in the sidewalk with quarters. It wasn't like quarters that you drink where you're trying to get it in a cup. You're trying to get on the line in the sidewalk. So summer days where he was coming over to pitch quarters with us, he would call me and be like, "Hey, I'll match you," and I'm like, "Cool." So I would roll with a cigarette machine. I'd roll a bomber. These things were beautiful. Like I said, it's the only way I can roll. And then he would come with a toothpick. I was like, what the fuck is this? I used to talk shit to him all the time. I'm like, here I'm sitting there fucking making a Cheech and Chong, and you're fucking over here with the toothpick. And it wasn't like if he was running low, all he had to do was mention something to my ex, and my ex would have totally thrown him some fucking weed to roll a joint. And at this point, my ex didn't smoke, and his brother didn't smoke, so it's just me and him passing two joints to each other. Yeah. Hand wise, I just can't do it. Using the top cigarette machine that you don't have filters for, totally bombers. More recently, where I was working at Polo, I moved in the last couple of months. I was staying with a girlfriend up north in the state that I live in Illinois. And I moved back home at the beginning of June. And before I moved back home, while I was living up there, I was bartending. And one day I went in the back to go and smoke a bowl before I started my shift. And I found a whole bong. It was Cheech glass. It was a very beautiful bong. I think there's a short, I am pretty sure I made a short of it. And I ended up giving it to my friend. It's got a fish in there, and the carb that you lift is another fish. It's pretty cool. When I priced it out, it was like $150 long. I don't know who left it back there, but they lost it. Finders keepers. Yeah, I love the song Zoot Suit Riot. Oh, that's cool. That's what convinced you, huh? My sister in law used to watch Port Charles. I never really got into watching soap operas. My mom being Italian, she used to watch the telenovas, and those things are like extreme. So I just never really got into those. If I watched stuff like that in my youth, it was like 90210 and Melrose Place, the nighttime ones. Ooh, Stray Cat Strut. I think that's the name of the song where he's like, I get my food from a garbage can. I love the bass that they play because they're playing a stand up bass. Yeah, I'm not much of a dancer myself either, Polo. I'm into punk rock and hard rock. We don't dance much, but I grew up in an era where um, there's a thing called house music that comes from Chicago. So I know how to cabbage patch and do the trooper. I couldn't do the trooper now. The cabbage patch I could do. But yeah, I'm not much of a dancer either. I have two left feet. It was very popular. It was very popular. I know a lot of my friends' moms always watch that stuff. Heck, I want to learn how to crip walk. But I don't think I'm that coordinated. After seeing Kendrick Lamar and that diss song at Drake, I think my sisters watched it. But when I was a kid, I never wanted to be inside. So I remember my mom and my aunt and my uncle all getting together in the 80s. I think it was like Friday night and watching Dallas, and Dynasty was a huge thing that they liked watching. But those were, again, nighttime over the soap operas. Yeah, no, I like when stuff like that happens. There's a TV show that I love called Scrubs. And there was an episode with the singer from Men at Work, and he sings Overkill. Don't marry that bastard. I've done that to a couple of friends in real life, Polo. So I guess my life is a soap opera at times. I've gotten involved in TV shows where I've yelled at the TV. But nowadays I just yell at the TV for sports. I feel bad for my neighbors in this coming month because football's about to start. And I don't have a 4-year old anymore next door to me that I have to worry. Will you stop picking on the kitty? Sons of Anarchy was great. Sons of Anarchy was amazing. I'm excited about the new American Horror Story season coming up. Me and my girlfriend, who's excited I'm back home, we're making plans so we can. Will you knock it off? We're making plans to get together weekly so we could watch that. And it's funny because one of my customers, it's funny you mentioned Sons of Anarchy. One of my customers, they have 2 kids. They have a boy and a little girl. And the little girl's name is Gemma. I'm like, how are you going to name your daughter Gemma? Stop it. Leave her alone. You got to stop being such a bully to the kitty. You better be nice to my kitty friend. Come here so you. Where it all began with another world. I never got to get into Games of Thrones, but I know it was a very popular show. But Sopranos, um, 6 Feet Under. There was a great show called The Wire. I more recently started getting into a show on AMC about an Indian reservation police officer. Apparently, I've come in at season like 5, so I got to still remind myself to go back and watch it. It's called Dark Winds. And a very famous actor was one of the producers for it, but he passed, Robert Redford. Really great TV show. And you're like, what am I watching? What just happened? Killed to a Shaft song. My lord. How deeply traumatizing. I don't know if I would go back after witnessing something like that. I know my one sister in law, you mentioned Port Charles. So I'm pretty sure she was watching General Hospital too. I think she just watched all the ones that were on there, but she was very religious about watching them. She would laugh about some of the stuff that happened at Port Charles and would tell me like aliens and weird stuff would happen on that show. My mom watches this every day, except for Saturday and Sunday. Yeah, when I would walk into the room when my mom was watching some telenova, I was like, yeah, I gotta go. I'm like, this is too much yelling for me. I don't know what's going on. It's crazy. The only thing I really liked watching with my mom sometimes was the game shows, like Press Your Luck. I remember the thing going around and people going, no whammy, no whammy, no whammy. There used to be a lot of game shows on when I was a kid. The Price is Right, Wheel of Fortune, Press Your Luck, Win, Lose, or Draw. I want to start watching that. Everybody keeps on telling me what a good show that is. It's kind of sad that an actor in there in real life passed away because of his drug addiction. But I hear that that was such a great show. And you know, you get to watch it from this side now and getting to still relate to some of the things that are happening in there instead of still being on that side. Because, you know, she's just playing a character and she may have done such a great job that's why you can say you can relate to it. But at the end of the day, she walks away from that part. She doesn't have that life where this is really your life. Oh, cool. Well, if I click on it right now, it's going to take me away from the live. So now that I know that there's something out there like that, I will definitely look for it after the live. Because, yes, I love the Stray Cats. Brian Seltzer is an amazing man. Bringing respectability back to rockabilly. That's why I think I also loved a punk rock musician. His name's Mike Ness. He fronts the band Social Distortion. He looks very rockabilly-ish back in his early years. He was so beautiful. He's still a hot old man. And then it grew on you. Yeah, she seems to be a very popular actress. Yeah, but if I click on it right now, it's gonna pull that up and it's gonna end my live. So I wrote it down. So I can always just type in GH Stray Cats. And I'm sure it'll pull it up. And then I'll get to see the sexiest man that you're speaking of, Nancy. Not gonna lie, some movies I've been directed to for the same reason, Polo. Yeah, they're going to be playing Riot Fest this year. I'm excited. I love Social D. I was telling my friend Duper more recently, I think it was like about a year ago or so, I started following him on Instagram, and he was putting together his new album. And one of the videos he uploaded was him sitting in the sound room listening to the song that he had just put down. And he had a chihuahua on his lap. And I'm like, oh my God, I love him more. Yay. And look, Cat, you're number one. Yeah, Mike Ness was so dreamy back in the day. Oh, those tattoos, that, oh, yes. Me and my girlfriend, who I was staying with, we still drool all over him. We're like, even as an old man, he's just hot as hell. I'm just glad he beat cancer. My life would be sad without Mike Ness. I want to get a Social D tattoo, but I'm going to have a problem with the skeleton because my skin does not take to white. Yeah, no, that was a good song. It's kind of funny how Johnny Cash did other people's song in the end, and then everybody reveres him so much that other people have done his songs throughout the years. I have to say my absolute um, two favorite songs are Ball and Chain and Machine Gun Blues. If you ever go back and watch that video, they do it like a Prohibition era. Mike Ness totally would have fucking looked hot even in Prohibition era. Even with all those tattoos. My mom did not like my music. I have so many black tattoos, Nancy. I have ideas for some things, and it's like, son of a bitch. My Joker tattoo. I'm probably never going to be able to do. They could probably shade it to where it kind of looks white. I don't know. But, because eventually I'm going to get an Alkaline Trio tattoo. And with the Alkaline Trio tattoo, I'm going to put lyrics. I'm getting back to living life. Cut me some slack, I almost died. It's from one of their songs that I absolutely love, and I can relate to it because of the heart attack. And that's going to be black. I really only have like maybe one or two tattoos that have color on me. My latter lost eye has the most colors. In fact, when I was getting it done, the tattoo artist is like, you've got every color of the rainbow in this. And I already have a skeleton, but I didn't do him white. He's just my skin color. I have a skeleton on my wrist. I have a sad obsession with skulls. More sugar skull, but skeletons in general. I have a couple. I have a couple. But lately I've just been putting, like when I've been doing tattoos, music that I love. And I would love to have a Social D skeleton. Sadly, I've been looking through my clothes more recently, and I have so many fucking concert shirts. It's disturbing. Some girls pay top dollar to go and shop for like beautiful clothes, Here, most of my clothes are concert shirts. They're not cheap. I'm just excited to have my suicidal tendency hat back this year, and that guar will be playing so I can get guar blood back on it so it can feel back to normal. I can't believe somebody stole my suicidal tendency hat last year. I was so heartbroken. I think I even made a short. I wish I could order Mike Ness. Sadly, the only thing I can get Mike Ness wise is just being front row and enjoying the show. I sometimes have to stop myself, Nancy, from going and buying new merch. I think my most recent shirt is my friend's band because they came out with new shirts their last show. Ironically, a skeleton. Um, and my Dropkick Murphys shirt that I got recently saying fighting Nazis since '96. And then I helped out a friend while they were doing something, and their appreciation for me helping them out came home with, like, I don't know, something like, I think it was like four, I got four new concert shirts and a new hoodie. Two suicidal tendencies, a Weezer shirt, a Ramon shirt, and a suicidal tendency hoodie. And I also got band hoodies. Right now, I'm wearing my favorite one from my favorite venue in Chicago called Metro. It's called the Cabaret Metro, but everybody just calls it the Metro. You were born in '96, so you're around my kid's age, Polo. My first was born in '91. My second was born in '93, but the two that I lost, my son was born in '95 and my daughter was born in '99. Oh, that's cool. I found a couple of shirts walking out of Riot Fest. People have just dropped them. And they're not necessarily they bought from the bands, it's their personal shirts and stuff. I have to say, my coolest shirt, which I find the funniest, is a shirt. There's a company here in Chicago called Relish, and most of their shirts are Chicago aimed. And they had this one shirt that says, I love wieners, but I tried tacos in college. And the wiener is a Chicago dog. So it could have double meaning. That's one of my funnier ones. And then I've got a shirt by a company from California called Rip and Dip. And they have these cats. And the cat's head's poking out of the pocket on the front of the shirt. And when you pull the pocket down, the cat's double flipping you off. That was one of the best $30 I've ever spent. I love that shirt. And then sometimes I'm just a weirdo. There's an Italian bakery that's on the north side of Chicago called Tomatoes. And I flippin' love that place. That place is so good. And the last time I went in there, our friends were playing at House of Blues, and we had downtime. So I told my girlfriend I was going to go and get us some incredible pizza and some Italian cookies and stuff. So when I walked in there, I got all the stuff that I wanted, and they were selling a t shirt. So I bought a t shirt from the place I like going, and it's just a bakery from Chicago that I love. We used to have a venue here called Fireside Bowl. That sounds like a really cool shirt. Very rockabilly ish. The bright red lipstick, rose in her hair, and with it being a tattoo parlor, if I remember correctly, I believe those kind of tattoos are like Sailor Jerry tattoos. I am a huge Star Wars fan, so that's awesome. If you were in last night's live, I had my Star Wars cup, and I was talking about how I came to get the Star Wars cup. There's a coffee brand named Bones Coffee, and last year they came out with three different Star Wars inspired flavors of coffee. Darth Vader was a dark chocolate, Luke Skywalker was a tiramisu, and then they did one with Chewbacca called Wookiee Cookie. So I couldn't drink Star Wars coffee in just a common cup, so I had to go and get a Star Wars cup. And I have a shirt from somebody that means a lot to me in my life that they gave to me, and I have it over one of my pillows that I sleep with. I didn't mind buying clothes for my kid's father. I miss buying clothes for my kids. I miss how excited they would get, like when my youngest was little and how into Pokemon he was. He would get so excited if I came home with a Pokemon outfit. Or my oldest, as he got older and into sports, getting him a really cool jersey and not cheaping out, getting the authentic ones. Oh, you can do the Chewbacca voice. Awesome. Maybe with water I could do it. Yeah, I only like the beginning Star Wars. I didn't like the like episode 1 with Darth Maul and stuff like that. I just couldn't get into it because I was raised on the originals. And Mark Hamill is still a legend to me. I don't know if you know this, but Mark Hamill, who played Luke Skywalker in those original movies, years down the line became a voice actor on some things. And one of his most famous voice acting things to date was in the 90s Batman the Animated Series. He's the Joker in that. And more recently, when they started releasing Suicide Squad, I don't remember if it was Suicide Squad or if it was the second one, but one of those two, right before that came out, they did an animated movie called The Killing Joke with just the Joker, and it's Mark Hamill's voice. I mean, what a mind blow that the biggest hero of all time from Star Wars is also the coolest villain of all time. Oh, you know. He's also in a movie called The Kingsman for a little bit too. in his older years. But I absolutely love Mark Hamill. Mark Hamill, Carrie Fisher, Harrison Ford. So if you do know, then I don't have to tell you to look up animated series. One of the best Joker voices ever. And that's what I mean, Nancy, about the going back to the white with tattoos. If I were to ever make a Joker tattoo to put on me, it would be that specific. It has to be that specific Joker. One, because I like how he's drawn, and two, because he's Mark Hamill. That was my mother in law's name, Betty. I think I know what you're talking about, Polo. So you want to hear something funny, Nancy? When my dog came to me, that was her name, Princess Leia. I already, at that point, had had a German Shepherd named Princess. And I felt I would be not honoring her by keeping her name as Princess. Maybe I could have just called her Leia, but it's hard not to say Princess before Leia. But we all know that my dog is definitely a princess, regardless of having the name or not. And yes, Betty Page was very pretty. She had that porcelain skin with that dark hair and those red lips. She is a very beautiful woman. Okay. Yeah, I vaguely remember. I remember he had been in a couple of things, but Star Wars is what he'll always be known for. In fact, I don't know. Is he still alive? Let's see. Come on. Ugh. I hate how my tablet's slow. So he passed in 2024. The voice of Darth Vader was James Earl Jones, I think. I think. Um, could you imagine having on your tombstone, Luke, I am your father? I had this one manager who was named Luke, and I did that one time, and he's like, I really hate when people do that. And I'm like, my bad, I'm a huge Star Wars nerd. Opportunity. Ooh, I get to see him. I'm so excited. What a pairing that would have been. Iggy Pop and Betty Page. Or Kate from B-52s. I love the B-52s. Rock Lobster. Come on now. No, that was very huge in the 90s. My kids were totally into the Darth Maul, and they were a lot more into that than they were the original. Sorry about that if I made the table shake. I just hate that George Lucas sold the rights to that. He was like, I've made enough money. I'll sell it off and let it continue. But, I mean, then we wouldn't have gotten The Mandalorian. And Baby Yoda. I love Baby Yoda. And it's weird because they're saying the way that they do the order that it's supposed to go in. The newer ones were before the ones that I was raised on. It was like when Luke and Laura were kids and stuff like that. Anakin Skywalker. No, it's a cool thing, isn't it? It's a cool thing to see something that you love through something that you love's eyes. I totally get that. That was moments in life with my kids, getting to share things with them, and them just being in awe. I love the fact that me and my older one used to sit and watch Batman the Animated Series together when it was brand new. We had a very funny conversation later on in life. I had shown him a movie called Spawn. It was in the 90s. It was before comic book movies really started hitting big. They tried a couple of times in the 90s, and aside from Batman, everything else just didn't really do that well. Spawn was a very underrated, awesome comic book movie if you've never seen it. And I guess one day he was at work and they were talking about movies and stuff, and he brought up Spawn, and he was just taken so aback at the fact that none of his coworkers knew that movie. He's like, "Are you kidding me? It's a really awesome movie. You people should leave work now and watch it." So he came back home and he's like, "I can't believe that nobody but me there was the one who's seen this movie." And I'm like, "Well, not everybody's raised by a comic book geek parent." I was like, "You had that luxury." I can tell you though, with Disney movies now, I remember when I took my son to go see The Lion King in the movie theater and feeling so darn gypped because of how beautiful that was. And you go back and you look at the movies that I was raised on, like Cinderella and stuff. It was good for their time, but when Lion King and Toy Story started coming out, that was just next level. And now, even now, Encanto, um, Frozen, what's another movie that my niece, Coco, Moana. I feel gypped as a kid. Why did we not have Pixar? Aw. Yeah, the girl who played Padma was like a huge actress, Natalie Portman. You too, Nancy McMonarch. It's a million o'clock. It's 4:21 here. I know you're 2 hours behind me. We've been live for 3 hours. Kat, there's no way we're making it to 11 hours today. You have a good weekend too, Nancy? Why did that go fuzzy? There we go. Yeah, that's so weird. Aw, Ewoks. That you've ever seen in your life. Who knows? Maybe she'll be a great artist, Polo. I cannot. I am not a good artist at all. My stick people look wrong. And that's the most basic of drawing. I remember as a kid, they used to have these learn to draw like comic books or learn to draw Spider Man or something like that. And yeah, I was never good at it. One of my friends I was talking to today says that his kid's really good at drawing and he wants to keep on encouraging him with his artistry. And I'm like, do it, dude, whatever you have to do. And I think, Polo, it also helps with The Mandalorian and stuff. People are so into Star Wars, even more so now. You know, they're smart in their own way. Some autistic kids are just, they might not be very sociable and some things may be missing from like other kids, but some things they're very fine tuned into. My friends say for me being a pothead, they were amazed at some of the things that I still remember. They're like, how do you remember that? And I'm like, I don't know. But yeah, there can be very high functioning autistic people. You know, she might be good with numbers, or her memory just might be more clearer than the average person. And that's why she can remember stuff from 5 years ago. Yeah, no, I know some autistic people that if they, yeah, you would never know. And you treating her just like she's like every other kid, what a blessing. Because nobody likes to be treated differently. So that's probably why you guys are so close and have such a bond. Because you look past that. You're like, okay, this is what's going on, but I see something completely different. If she ever does, please let us all know. I could use a time machine. I could use a trip back in time. You should show your niece the TV show, Doctor Who. She'd really be fascinated with that since she wants to build a time machine. His is it's a time machine, but it's called the TARDIS. And then he's got a magic screwdriver. It's a British show, so you got to kind of get past them speaking British. But I think she would maybe get such a kick out of that if she wants to build a time machine. But I like how she's like, I just need you to get me the tools. That's so cute. Kids say the most amazing things sometimes. Just their pure honesty in the way that they look at life is it's amazing at times. It's like, how did you come to that conclusion? And you're not really wrong there. I remember one time my younger son, he had a cute little girlfriend named Lizette. And he came home and he asked me, he goes, Mom, if I tell Lizette tomorrow that I love her, does that mean when we grow up we'll get married? I was like, oh my God, that's so damn adorable. I was like, I wish it worked that easy. Sometimes it does, but they did not grow up and become married. But she was the cutest little girl. And my nephew right now, he's in daycare. And he's got a little girlfriend, and her name's Fiona, but they call her Fifi. Every time that my nephew leaves, and if Fifi's still there, She has to get a goodbye hug from Connor. She knows things. I'm telling you, introduce her to Doctor Who. I think she would be absolutely mesmerized by that TV show. And it's probably one of the longest running TV shows. It's got to be in history because it was huge. I think it started in like the 50s or 60s, something like that. And it's been going for years, decades at this point. They've had different doctors. I think right now they might be on a female. I'm not sure. But there's different entities of the doctor. Aw, you nicknamed her Fifi? Yeah, my nephew's got a whole little girlfriend named Fifi. Me and my girlfriend were like, oh my god, they're so cute. She even came over for our play date. But that's cool. Your niece's nickname is Fifi. Nicknames are always great. Sometimes. Sometimes nicknames are not so nice. I have different variations of nicknames. Like, I sometimes, if somebody resembles someone, I'll give them a nickname. And most of the time it's nice. Like, my older son, he had a friend at one point in his life when he was younger, teen years. The kid lived diagonally across the street from us, and he looked like Quentin Tarantino. So I used to call him Quentin. Um, some people have their own nicknames that family members have given them. So nicknames can be awesome. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed the chat, and thank you for coming in. And thank you for sharing your story. Sometimes you never know where you're going to land in life. You have a good night as well, Paulo. And keep on fighting the good fight. Keep up with that sobriety. Keep on enjoying those kids and your sister. Right back at you, Polo. We need support systems no matter where we look for them. Times are hard for a lot of people, being drug addiction or just trying to get by in life, and it always helps to have good people to turn to and hang out. So I'm glad you enjoyed my channel. I don't always go live late at night like this. I injured myself and I'm screwing up my sleep by sleeping during the day and then being up at night. Hopefully it'll go back to much normal. It will when I go back to work, so And then there were two. Back to you and me again, Kat. We lost Tommy. He said he was going to go and get dressed. He never came back. Joe Cool hopped in and hopped out. I still think it's funny. This morning he was like, I'm going to go make some tea. I'll be right back. Hours later, he hops back in the second chat. That must have been one long cup of tea, Kat. That was hilarious. Coming in calling me bonehead. That man's lucky I love him. I can't believe I'm here again at 4:30 in the morning. I should be sleeping. But there is no way I was going back to sleep after on and off all day and then sleeping until 8. Hopefully, I will be able to get back to normal schedule once I start working, because that would really suck if I can't get to sleep because I slept the day before and then I got to be to work early in the morning. It's like, okay, I'm staying awake until I go home and then collapse. Then I would collapse probably. I'd come home, eat a little something, and then fall asleep. There's Will. Or Bill. Sorry, Bill. Pretty much. I'd like to say I'm a little tired. I'm not even the slightest bit tired. And I haven't been drinking coffee for... We've been live for 3 hours now. I killed that cup of coffee like 30 minutes into the live, so... You got up about 10 minutes ago? My dog is comfortably asleep. If you guys could see her right now, it's pretty funny. She's made the blanket into a big, huge lump, and her nose is sticking out of the side of the blanket. Right, mamas? I see you. You may think I don't see you, but I see you. Mm-hmm. Let's see what this is. And I don't even have the stupid, whatchamajiggy, Bluetooth on. It's taking forever for this phone to charge. Yeah, damn bathroom call, Bill. I've had 4 children. I usually have a bathroom call as well. Rosie may be hopping in here sooner or later because she's on the same kind of time frame as the East Coast, so it's 4:30 here, but it's 5:30 there. As soon as she gets up, her husband will tell her, hey, Batman's live. Damn, Cat, you know, I made those spare ribs last night. I forgot to pull something out for today. It reminds me. Ma'am. What is that about? You okay? You doing alright, Papa? I think you've lost your mind. Well, the good thing is if I don't take something out, um, I have pastas, so I could always do just pasta. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. We've talked about all kinds of different things tonight, Bill. So yeah, worst case scenario, I could just make pasta tonight and then take something out later on in the day. I just had pork, so we got pork chops in there, so I don't want to do that. Got some ground beef and some chicken. I've got Italian sausages and bratwursts. And I think I still have a steak in there somewhere. Ooh, I hate using the microwave to thaw things. I do too, but I had pork ribs, so yeah, I don't know what I want. So I might just do pasta tonight. I will never say no to pasta. I don't even remember. I think I got like rigatoni or penny rigat, which is like a mastacholi, and then a thing of spaghetti. Either one are good. I usually just throw it in the fridge and let it slowly defrost because the fridge is definitely not as cold as the freezer. Unless I know I'm going to be home and awake, I can sometimes leave it out on the counter. I kind of want to get it to winter so it's more acceptable to make soup. I love soup. But when it's 100 degrees out there, I don't want to eat soup. But I like making like beef vegetable, beef barley, Italian wedding soup, chicken noodle soup. I think I'm going to try my hand this year at trying to make chicken and rice soup. I might not be able to make it as good as Greek people, but I'm going to try. Chicken corn soup. Ooh, that kind of sounds good. Is that a cream soup? Huh. I don't think I've ever tried chicken corn soup. I've tried chicken tortilla soup with corn in it. I know there's a corn chowder, but that's a cream soup. But yeah, I could just live off of soup in the winter, especially a good hearty one. I've had hamburger soup before. One of my friend's moms used to make that. My mother in law's chicken noodle soup. Oh my god, that stuff could cure cancer. That stuff was so good. Sometimes I get lazy and just buy soup from the store. The store that I grocery shop at, they have a jambalaya that is out flipping standing. Sometimes I'll make a little extra rice to throw into there because I feel they don't add enough rice. Venison, anything. Yeah, I haven't had hamburger soup in a while. I was like a kid when my friend's mom would make it. Yeah, we are. I've had friends who have had turtle soup. I thought they were joking, but no, that's a thing. Soylent Green is people, Bill. Yeah, that would definitely be something that somebody couldn't tell me that I was eating. I probably would enjoy it until you mentioned the fact that it was turtle. Then I'd be like, what? Snapping turtle? I used to live by a lot of snapping turtles. I would not be surprised if people catch them and eat them there. I just can't imagine there to be that much meat because the shell is usually so big and it's just a head and a couple of arms and legs. Busy lady, how you feeling? I hope you're doing well. Back where I was living at, some lady used to go and do scientific data for the frogs out there. At night, at a certain time, she would have to go to certain spots. It was her job. Huh, really? Why is that, Bill? Because they eat all the fish or something? We have places around here that have frog legs. I have not indulged. Yay! I'm glad you're feeling better. Can you send that my way, busy lady? Send healing vibes towards my knee so I can get back to normal. This whole sleeping all day because I'm up all night, it's for the birds, which I'll be hearing in about 10 minutes. But I am happy to hear you're feeling much better. Last time we saw Yeti, he said that he was at 99% himself. So glad to hear the friends are doing well. We haven't seen him today. There has not been a Yeti sighting. Yesterday he was popping in and out because he said everybody was going live at the same time. He might just be hanging. Not hanging hung over, but just hanging out. Rosie posted a video on her hummingbird that she was talking about 2 hours ago. So just hanging out, chit chatting. We had a newcomer come in tonight, sharing some great stories. Giving medical advice. Somebody who came in here new was having sore throat issues, so we gave him a couple of ideas. Hopefully they will help. I think it's so cruel to get sick in summer. That's when everything's supposed to be dead, or supposed to be dead because it's so hot. Too funny, busy lady. You know, when you start watching a whole bunch of new people, usually what I do, if I can't find somebody, is I'll go to my subscriptions. Sometimes if it's somebody fairly new and you go there frequently, they're like right there at the beginning. And if not, you just hit the subscription and you can search for the person. Yeah, if you type in just Batman. Did you not get a notification, busy lady? Because you should get a notification. And then you wouldn't have to look. But yeah, if you just type in Batman, you start getting all kinds of Batman related stuff. The numbers definitely help you locate me. The fact that I was able to get Batman was phenomenal. You didn't get a notification? Well, maybe, William, if you look how you're subscribed on my page, if you hit all, when it's on personalized, it doesn't always necessarily send out a notification. But if you hit all, you'll always get a notification when I go live. Oh, okay. I'm sorry I missed your live. I'm going to have to reciprocate. Because that's how I met Yeti. He came into my live, and then one day I noticed that he was live. And I I noticed it because I went to my subscriptions because I had his on personal. So once I changed it over to all, then I started getting notifications when he went live the next time. Yeah, YouTube does do that sometimes. You turd. Kat was sad for a moment because she left and came back and she was number two. But she's back on top at being number one. I know, right? She's always number one. So it was weird that when she backed out, that when she came back, she wasn't number one anymore. But me and my friend Nancy McMonarch were talking back and forth about a lot of things. So we still are very clueless in how these top fans situation works. It's been explained. We Googled it, but it still doesn't make sense. I love Bob Seger. Bob Seger and the Bullets or the something Silver Band. Was it Bullet Silver Band? My mom was a big Bob Seger fan. And I can't even hate on him. He was a good singer. Silver Bullet Band. In fact, my best friend sent me a funny reel today, and it had the Dire Straits song "Walk On By," and I sent it to him. I'm like, remember how cool this was with all the old sports fans, but it was like they were still players that he threw in there. There was like I saw Larry Bird. I think I saw Carlton Fisk from the White Sox, but it was definitely his era of White Sox if it wasn't him. There was a brief moment where you saw Chicago Bear. Um, it's just such a great song and a great video. It's definitely a time stamp. I'm pretty much the same way, Bill. Usually 9 out of 10 times if I do a short, I already know the song before I'm doing the short. Like with my dog or for myself. I did a really funny one last year because I had the inflatable T Rex um, costume. And I did a NoFX song called Dinosaurs Will Die. Yeah, I love music. So music is a huge part of my life. And I can usually pick out the song related to whatever I'm uploading. But I'm very proud of my Dinosaur Will Die short that I did because it was such a short punk song that I was able to do it as a short, not an upload. In fact, one of my coworkers, we go back and forth with like 80s songs and stuff. And the last time I worked with him, I went, "Hey, Jim." And he goes, "What?" And I go, "People are people, so why should it be?" And then I heard him go, You and I should get along so awfully. Yeah, it really doesn't. I don't understand how it works. I don't like Metallica in general, so there is that, Bill. I'm pro Megadeth. Dave Mustaine never sold out, and way better musician than them. The only Metallica era I will recognize from here on out is Cliff Burton years. Lars and James are fucking douchebags, and Kirk Hammett is a puppet. I used to say the same thing until I found out what they did to Jason Newsted. What they did to Jason Newsted on that album was just disgraceful. Yep. And it wasn't like Jason Newsted was some newcomer. Jason Newsted came from Flotsam and Jetsam. He was a great bass player. Les Claypool of Primus tried out for them, and they told him he was too good and that they didn't think he was a good fit. And that's what got him to go and form Primus. At least Torello, they give an opportunity to play bass. That's the only person I like in there, and that's only because he comes from suicidal tendencies. Les is a god. I will throw my money at that man for anything. They call me Mr. Know It All. I will not compromise. I will not be told what to do. I will not step aside. I love Primus. I love Les Claypool. That man has an alien thumb. My most favorite Primus show ever. The drummer Tim Alexander is no longer with them. He retired more recently. They got a new drummer. I forget what his name is. But Tim had a heart issue that he needed surgery for. So they had all kinds of shows booked, and he wanted them to go on, but he personally couldn't play at this point in time because he was recovering from his heart surgery. So they got Danny Carey from Tool. It's up on my channel. It's from like 2014. And what made that show awesome, besides Tool drummer, the octopus, on Primus's stage, they always have two space guys standing there. And on their helmets, sometimes they have like little things. But this particular show, it was the drummer watching us watch Primus. Still mind blow. I call that the year I got paid to watch Primus because I was working at Riot Fest that year and I didn't have to pay for my ticket. I'm used to usually paying for my ticket to go see Primus. And my ex-boyfriend, his son, who's a great musician, he absolutely loved Primus, and his first concert was a Primus show here in Chicago at a place called Northerly Island. I got to take him to his first Primus show. So excited about that. A whole new generation loving Primus. Because he was born in 99. 99? 2000. Okay, I feel horrible. Somebody refresh my memory the year that 9/11 happened. Was that 2000 or 2001? Because he was born the year 9/11 happened. 2001, okay. So for him to even know who Primus is, he was raised right. In fact, I even still have the concert shirt from the day that we went there. He was doing some weird thing with goblins. It was after he put out the Green Naugahyde album. I can't remember what the Goblins album was, but my Primus shirt is all the Goblins. And that was a pretty cool show, too, because we stood back. We wanted him to enjoy. We didn't want to be, the adults hanging over him. So we brought him and his friend with us. And they got to stand in a different section than we were standing. So me and Dad hung back, and there was a guy standing like maybe about 2, 3 feet away from me, ahead of me, and he was wearing a Finkel jersey. And I had to go up to him, and I'm like, that's fucking badass. I was like, I never even thought about making a Finkel jersey. And he goes, yeah, he goes, I'm glad that you noticed this. He goes, you people are brutal in Chicago. And I'm like, what are you talking about? In order to get to this venue, you have to walk past Soldier Field, which is home of the Chicago Bears. When he was walking past Soldier Field, because he's in a Dolphins jersey, if you've never seen the movie Ace Ventura Pet Detective, Finkel was on the Miami Dolphins. So it's a real Miami Dolphins jersey, but it's a fake player. And he said when he was walking past Soldier Field, he was getting taunted because people thought he was just wearing a Miami Dolphins jersey. He's like, can you walk back with me? And then we were both laughing at the fact that nobody understood that it was from the movie Ace Ventura. It's like, how have you never seen this movie? Laces out. So I went the last time I was in New York when the Twin Towers were still up was after the first attack when that guy went I think he was down in the parking area with a U-Haul, and they tried blowing it up and it didn't work. So that was like 93. So I'm glad that I got to physically go into there before they came down. That was a crazy day because, like I said, I live in Chicago. We have two major airports in Chicago, in the Chicago metropolitan area. We have O'Hare Airport, which is one of the largest in the world. And then we also have a smaller airport. At that point in time, we had two smaller airports. We had Midway Airport, which is in the middle of the south side of Chicago. It's kind of weird. And then there was one off of the lake where we went to go see Primus years ago. That used to be an airfield called Meg's Field. But it got closed down and now it's Northernly Island, a concert venue. So when 9/11 happened, um, I was right outside of the city and I lived by Midway Airport. And I didn't realize how used to the airplanes going overhead, either departing or coming in. But when they grounded all the planes, how silent it was when they grounded the planes. It was kind of crazy. It was very eerie. And yes, there was talks that they were going to try and hit the Sears Tower as well. And thank you for recognizing it as the Sears Tower, Bill. They changed the name to Willis Tower, but true Chicagoans refuse to call it anything but the Sears Tower. Oh, Bill, you would have been very proud of my coffee cup. One of my girlfriends years ago gave me a great Christmas gift for cocoa, for Hershey's cocoa. And it came with cocoa, it came with marshmallows, and it came in this obnoxiously big cup. I still use it for coffee. I probably could use it for soup even. That's how big it is. Unfortunately, staying with my girlfriend, um, I would put it in her dishwasher to clean, and it broke the handle. I still have the piece, and I glued it back in, but I try not to hold it too much by the handle anymore. But it's one of my favorite coffee cups. I have a Keurig and an older version because apparently, if this one breaks down, the newer version of it, I'm not fond of it. I like the one that I got now. Um, but I can put I can brew 2 large cups of Keurig cups and throw it in there. It's a sizable cup of coffee, Bill. I'm just mad at the coffee that I'm liking right at this moment is a seasonal situation. And it's supposed to go from December until May. And apparently Walmart, it's only sold at Walmart. And it's finally run its course there. But if you're that desperate and still really want to get that particular coffee, they have some still in the warehouse. That $8 bag of coffee turned into 21 bucks. You couldn't tell how dirty it was. Mine is brown, so I guess you really, unless it leaves like a weird, like when stuff dries, yeah, you're not going to see anything in that cup. Same with my Mandalorian, because my Mandalorian, it's black on the inside. But sometimes life requires a big cup of coffee, Bill. I have all different sizes. I have Starbucks cups. I have 2 of those. I have a peanuts cup, and Starbucks put out like major city cups, and I got my Chicago cup. And then my girlfriend felt so bad that my big brown Hershey cup broke. So for Christmas, she got me a Hershey cup that says something about kisses, and it came with a gigantic Hershey kiss on top. I have way more, but these are just the ones I have here with me. I have a Bugs Bunny cup, but that cup kind of sucks because the it's thinly made, so the cup gets really hot. And it shows big time. So that's kind of the situation when I went into the trade center. I was trying to get to New Jersey. I was on tour with a band, and I had to be brought in. I took a Greyhound bus to get to New York in general. It was like a 17-hour trip from Chicago here. And I had to go into New Jersey, and the transit authority was down in the basement. So I went wandering a little bit in the trade center. There was a spot above the transit where it was a mall. So I kind of roamed around that for a few before I hopped on the subway system to go out to New Jersey. Yeah. Oh, cool, Cat. I still don't remember the name of the town that I went to, but I remember that we were by the Atlantic Ocean, and it was really weird to me because I had a day off and we decided to go to the beach, and some of my friends were already there. So you're going to love this story, Kat. Some of my friends were already there and kind of knew the lay of the land where I didn't. I just thought we were going to the beach. And what I found weird was the where we entered to go to the beach. they went by like letters, and some of them were private and some of them were public. So we pull into the beach that we're going to go to, and we were hanging around, laughing, joking, having a good time. And one of my friends is like, let's take a walk down the beach and just along the shoreline. So, okay, cool, let's go. So we start walking, and I don't remember how long we were walking, but then my friends are like, you know what? It's kind of hot. Why don't we hop in the water here? So I get in the water and I start going. You know how you have that feeling like all of a sudden you feel all alone? It's like, okay, where's my friends? Because I didn't hear them. And I turn around, and as I turn around, my eyes almost bugged out of my head because I'm sitting there, my eyes laser focused on a guy who was taking his pants off. And I don't mean like he was taking his pants off to be in his bathing suit. He was taking the bathing suit off. And I'm fucking tweaking. I'm like, what the fuck is that guy doing? Why is he got his pants off? And as I'm sitting there freaking out, all of a sudden I start to realize, wait a minute, he's not the only one naked here. There's other people naked. Why are people naked? It turned out that we were on and we walked over to the nude beach part. But yeah, I was tweaking out when I saw that guy taking his pants off. I'm like, what the fuck is he doing? All my friends were laughing at me because they knew. So that was my first ever nude beach experience. But yeah, it was pretty funny. Yeah, no, I remained clothed at that moment. I did not indulge in the nude beach experience. I mean, other times I've skinny dipped, but with it being so open and stuff, I felt so weird doing it with it being open. With it being a place that not necessarily it was supposed to be open, I was totally okay with. I love my boobs. Boobs make people happy. I have no problem showing them. Not on here because I would get banned for life, but my poor friends who have had to endure me going out for years. Oh, that had to be interesting. I still say there's bad naked, Bill. There's good naked and then there's bad naked. I don't know if I would necessarily want to be in a quiet riot crowd with naked people. Things would be flinging around that I would just not be used to. I found something, it's funny you bring up Quiet Riot. I found some interesting news out more recently. You know that weird show, Housewives of whatever? They have like different multiple cities that they do. Well, um, I think it was Housewives of Beverly Hills. I don't watch it, I just know it exists. I was reading an article more recently about one of the husbands who's a plastic surgeon. His brother was the singer of Quiet Riot. And if I remember correctly, I think he's also the doctor on the TV show Botched. Breast inspection. I have to say, one of the funnier, speaking of boxes, One of the funniest gifts I ever saw, I think I saw it on like Facebook years ago. A guy put a box around himself that was wrapped up like a present, and on top of his head was the bow. And you know how you write to and from? The two was from our two women, and the from was God. So he was God's gift to women. My stories are mild compared to yours. Yeah, he really does. It blew my mind when I read that article. I was like, I've seen him, because of him being on the show. Sometimes he pops up in articles and stuff, especially when his wife is on the show. But I don't know why the last name didn't just click. So the article that he was talking about was somebody was trying to say that he was living off his brother's residuals from Quiet Riot. And he's like, I've been a doctor for years. I make my own money. Trash tape to herself. Oh, that's funny. I don't know. I've aside from like when I do stuff with my dog, like if we do superheroes or whatever, mine are usually just slutty costumes for Halloween. Slut fairy, dead hooker, living dead girl. I don't know what I'm gonna do this year because the last couple of years we've been coinciding with the kids. So unless I go trick or treating with them, I don't know what I'm gonna do this year. I've done Sugar Skull before. I've done two different variations of Harley Quinn. The Batman the Animated Series one, and that's when I did with my dog. She was the Joker. So yeah, I don't know what I would do this year. Got a couple of months to think of it, and depending on where I'm gonna go. If I go to the bar, I definitely have to come up with a costume idea. Look like you got done with the victim. Bill, the year I went as Slut Fairy, I won first prize. And not because of what I was wearing, was because of what I did when they were showing everybody. I have this neat little party trick. I can deep throat a long neck Corona bottle. I made a lot of men happy in that moment. My ex boyfriend, the boyfriend at the time, used to sit there and go, "Why do you dress like I have to have a fight tonight?" Sorry. I think I still look good at my age, and I still look good after having four children, so I'm going to go with it. The funnier one was, so my youngest decided he wanted to be Pikachu. And I was like, okay, you can be Pikachu and I'll be Team Rocket. I was going to be Jessie. So there was stuff for the kids, but there wasn't really so much for the adults. And there was no Team Rocket costume at the time, so I had to make my own. People thought I was a hooker. Yeah, that was an interesting time. And it didn't help matters at the fact that my son changed his mind at the last minute and decided to not go as Pikachu. But because I made this costume, I was committing to it, so I was going to wear it. A big black kiss on him. That's funny. I once went to a green jelly show and the bass player signed my boob and his last name was Dakota, and he didn't just sign my boob, he used my nipple as the O. And I took a picture of it because my ex wasn't with me. And I went to and sent it to him. Instead, I sent it to my girlfriend. To this day, she said she never saw it, but I don't know how she didn't with having to erase it. Oops. Oh my. Yeah, if she were sitting here with me today, right in this moment, she'd be like, yep, never saw it. The funnier thing is my girlfriend was his ex-girlfriend from 20 years ago. Me and him have been long broken up since 19. Me and her will be friends until we die. Yeah, going to the ER at the end of the party. I don't know how that could be a good party. Well, maybe for everybody else except for the person who had to go to the ER. Tommy, you're back. You're missing funny stories about nude beaches and nipples being turned into O's. Damn, Bill, now I'm really like, what am I going to be for Halloween? I was tricked into going to a nude beach. That was the story. My friends knew we were at one. I did not. They were all having a good time at the fact that I was freaking out that I saw a guy taking his pants off. Oh, we will definitely be done before 10 a.m., so you will be able to take the wife to the doctor's appointment. Hopefully, nothing serious. Hopefully, just a checkup. If you don't mind me asking, Bill, how long have you guys been married? Because you obviously have a child who's married, so you have an adult child. You guys have been married for 43 years? Wow. That's awesome, Bill. I don't know if anybody could stand me for 43 years. I don't know if I could stand somebody for 43 years. You're in jail, Bill. I met a man a couple of days ago who was very nice and opened the door for me. And I told him that, his wife, or not his wife, his mom did well. He goes, no, this is 60 years of being married. He goes, my wife trained me well. My best friend and his wife have been married since they were 20 years old. And so they've been married for about 30, 31 years now. Good morning, Joko. Hope you're having a good start to your day. Hope you slept well. What's going on in your neck of the woods today, Joko? Anything exciting for you to do today? It's Friday. I am hoping personally that I don't sleep most of the day like I did today or yesterday. After the live, I ate a little something. I had some breakfast. Fell asleep for a little bit. Got up for my doctor's appointment. Did my doctor's appointment and waited for a plumber that never came. When it passed the time that the plumber was supposed to be here, I went to go and sit there and watch something on TV and then passed out until about 8 o'clock at night. Silly pillow. We're kind of in a cool down right now, so it's not terribly hot. I haven't decided if I'm going to go out to the bar tonight or tomorrow. Drink some wonderful THC drink. Wouldn't let you change the name. Huh. One of my friends, Eat Your Broccoli, used to sometimes change her name, and the only thing I knew she couldn't change it back for like so many days. I think it was like 14 days. But that was a while ago that she used to do that. She would come up with some funny names. But yes, the weekend is upon us. This particular weekend, my city is being invaded for Lollapalooza. I was a little sad yesterday when I looked at the schedule and saw one of my favorite bands, the Viagra Boys, was playing there. So your son-in-law doesn't have to go to work today, William or Bill? Or did you just wake up too early and eventually he will have to? The hard thing is I could totally go to the bar both days. But it becomes a money situation. It's a very awesome punk rock band. They are definitely an acquired taste. But I myself love them. They sing this great song. I posted it on my community page, Tommy, called Sports. But you have to be into punk rock to enjoy it. But it is pretty funny. Oh, very nice. So you get a break. Now, do you drive him because he can't drive? Or he just doesn't have a car? You don't have to tell us. I just curious. He can't drive? Uh, I have the same problem, but that's because I never got my license. I could go and get it anytime. Well, my excuse started as a car accident. So I don't know why he doesn't. I hear that more often that a lot of the younger generation just have no interest in driving. It's weird. But I was in a really bad car accident when I was younger. So it took me like 2, 3 years to sit in the car without white knuckling. And once I got past that, I was already living outside of the city of Chicago. So there was no need. There were corner stores. Um, my ex drove, my sister in law drove, my brother in law drove. So I just never got a license. And before living out here, before Uber and everything, you still had taxis, but it was quite expensive. And when I moved back here, Uber was around. So, but I am kind of getting tired of relying on Uber and having to pay somebody else to drive me here, there, and everywhere. Or having to call up a friend and being like, hey, can you help me get to the doctor's? The parallel parking stopped them, huh? Yeah, no, when I was working in the bar up north, I had a customer whose kid was 16. And I asked him, I'm like, oh, so you're going to go and get his license? He's like, yeah, he has no interest in getting it. He's fine with letting dad drive him or one of his friends getting a license and getting in the car with him. Yeah, I've never driven, Bill. But like I said, I'm starting to feel that. I hate having to depend on somebody else. I would have never had this scooter accident if I drove my own car. So who knows? That might change this year or in the next year. I just need some. At this point, I would have to take a driving school. If I can't have a friend help me by driving with me and let me get used to driving on the road. And never show up. I used to jump out my window and go and meet my friend at the end of the block. Oh, I could imagine. I lived in a very small town, so okay. Should we? You want a cookie or a Grammy award? That's why I had to move back home, Bill. I couldn't deal with that much being that rural and things not being around and it being even harder. Gold star. There you go. There's your cookie for the day. And a chest to pin it on. Okay. And a gray person coming in with a lot of blue people in here and saying you don't like the mods. You can totally use free speech. It's not how it works. Right? I've done my job for the day, right, Tommy? You have to wait and see. But coming in and saying you don't like my mods, that's not a good start. And coming in as what it earned you the cookie? You're a booty warrior? Tommy. Maybe he could use the Viagra boys in his life, seeing as he's yeah, you mentioned that before. What are you, a pirate? Ooh, I almost forgot about that song. Nino Betancourt comes from here. Or the wonderful song by Ugly Kid Joe. I get sick when I'm around. I can't stand to be around. I hate everything about you. Go catch a glimpse of a boob. There's a lot of booty there at Nude Beaches, seeing as you're the booty warrior. Yeah, right? And also no content, so there is that too. I get that sometimes people come on here and don't put out content, but it's always weird. So it's like, okay, are you just a channel to come and troll other channels, or oops, isn't it though? How could anybody not love you, Cat? I mean, that should just be against the law. I mean, I absolutely love and adore you. I'll rivet you. I'm a handsome lady. Whoever calls a woman handsome? Is that your way of trying to say you think I'm a guy? Please tell my 4 children that. I couldn't agree with you more, Tommy. Anybody that doesn't love our beloved cat. I just love when trolls try to come in and troll a Gen Xer. You guys know we're dead inside, right? That's right. She is your beautiful princess. And the correct term is hot chick. Well, if you subscribed, it clearly states where I'm from. I mean, hell, even my thumbnail to this live tells you where I'm from. Tell me sweet little lies. Stevie Nicks, the White Witch. I swear to God, if some dude ever came up to me at a bar and said I'm the booty warrior, I seem a little hostile. Really? You're the one coming in my live calling me handsome, telling my mods you don't like them, and I'm the hostile one. It just did, Bill. That was like hilarious. Well, you seem to know mod me and everything else. So, even my dad, whose second language was English, did a little bit better than that. Yeah. I don't have boots tall enough for this conversation, well, Bill. I feel I'm knee deep in shit. Not when you come in here telling the person's channel you don't like their mods. I don't think it's an English problem at all. I think my mods are great. Just ask us. Yeah, we definitely can. Exactly, and you wouldn't be blue, Bill. Enough of that one. They were clearly in here to troll. My English isn't so good. Sorry, Tommy. There's only so much bullshit I'll put up with. You walk into a conversation, you're going to sit there and judge people. We were having a great conversation before they entered the chat. Horse, goat, whatever. I agree with Kat. The fact that they've been on that long and only have 10 subs. No content whatsoever. And saying their English isn't so good, but yet there they were. I'm the final boss. I've been on here since 2010. And in the last year, my subs have gone up a lot, but I still have way more subs than 10 people. You started last year on here? Yeah, my channel originally started with concerts that I went to. That's why I started my channel in 2010. And up until about 2020, 2021, all I did was uploads from shows that I would see. So 2021-ish is when I started actually going live and doing this stuff. But I'm not going to let people come in here and talk smack about you guys. You got nuked by YouTube 3 times. If you ever see my friend PDF, Poor Dirt Farmer, he's been knocked out a couple of times. The only place I've ever been knocked out, but I'm still there under a different name now, was Twitch. When I started my Twitch channel, my name used to be Sugar Tits. And somebody reported me, and I had to change my name in order to come back onto Twitch. So now my name's Felony Left Nostril. And if you look up the word sugar tits, there is a Webster Dictionary definition of it. And it's not what you would think. Less than 2 years? That's pretty good. Not everybody gets lucky and gets hundreds upon hundreds of subs, depending on what you're doing, and even then it's still kind of hard. Tommy. That's her name, Sugar Tits? Yeah, I guess apparently sugar tits is supposed to be like an old nursing term. Like when moms couldn't nurse, there were women who would help nurse their babies and they were called sugar tits. The fact that there was actually a definition when I was trying to plead my case to Twitch, they did not like my Webster Dictionary definition. But yet, felony left nostril is okay. So go figure. Yeah, but you're still doing something. You may not have that much content, but you're not with 10 subs with nothing. Usually when you go to a channel and it's something like that, 9 out of 10 times, it usually is somebody trolling. There's always somebody that comes in and is just weird. I mean, who enters a room and goes booty whatever he said? Again, if a guy came up to me and said that in a bar, yeah, we just would not be talking. One of my friends just to be funny turns around and says, I've got a dad bod and I haven't seen my shit in years. What do you think, honey? And that's how it starts, Kat. You know, that's how I started building my subs more when I started going to the auditor channels and what have you. Because before, I wasn't really visiting. I was watching stuff on YouTube, but like music stuff or whatever. I wasn't really going to lives and what have you. So, and that's where my channel started building a little bit more. And then when I went out with Chuck last year, Chuck Bronson, when he came to Chicago, that really upped my subs. I'm still more annoyed at all the concert footage I had that I didn't get subs just from that. Now, granted, I'm putting out music that is my personal taste and what have you, but I'm not the only punk rocker in this world. I'm not the only person into heavy metal, a booty warrior, and not liking your mods and saying I'm hostile. I'm the hostile one in this situation. Right? I mean, at least you're being 100% honest, Tommy. I mean, booty warrior could be two different ways nowadays. Or how about the guy or girl? I couldn't tell from the name last night, Cat, that said, "Oh, she has cake," because I got up and turned around. You want to really laugh, Cat? One day I was out with Joe, and Joe looked at me and he goes, "You know, if I knew you were this hot, I would have started hitting on you years ago." I'm like, what the fuck? Oh my god, blisters on my hand, left hand. So what you're telling us is you're left-handed, huh, Tommy? You know, they say that if you do that too much, you could go blind. We don't need you going blind, Tommy. Then you wouldn't be able to see your beautiful cat. Can't do anything right. It depends on what day it is. Sometimes you feel like a nut. What is that when you can use both hands? Ambidextrous? I'm definitely saying that word wrong. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Still got a good record so far. We are going to the playoffs this year. Yes, that word. Oh my gosh. I think it's today, Bill, that they play the Yankees play the Cubs. So they don't have to go very far. They just got to go from the south side of Chicago to the north side. It's definitely a lot better of a season than a couple of years back, Bill. It was a hard time to hold my head up high as a Sox fan. Dead last. Dead last. That was a hard year. The only thing I am is with my feet because I can use them both at the same time. Every 14th of March, I will have to be in the U.S. from now on. Best day for a man ever. What is the 14th of March? Because if I had to pick a day in March that's the best day ever, is for a man, is the 21st, because that's when my firstborn was born. First day of spring. Oh, I thought that was just any day they make up. I didn't know that was a specific date. Oh, Lord. Yeah, I'm going to still stick with the 21st, only because I'm not a guy. So, oh, that's awesome. That was the day he was supposed to be born, but he came a day early. Which is kind of funny because if you reverse it, those two numbers, same month, is his dad's. So I will have to make a mental note of that, Tommy, and remember to wish you a very happy birthday. Yeah, he just wanted to come into the world. So March is a pretty busy birthday in your family. My second was supposed to be born in March, but he was born earlier, so he didn't make it to March. And it's kind of funny that I got pregnant with both of them around the same time. So if he would have been born when he was supposed to, him and his brother would have birthdays close together. Yours is the 26th. I'm a May baby. as well, Bill. We are awesome breeds of people. Mine sometimes falls on Mother's Day. The first year I was a mom, it actually happened. Oh, you're a Gemini? I just mean May babies in general. I'm a Taurus. May is a very busy month on my family's end because so many people. I have a niece who was born a week before me, which is also my girl best friend's birthday. I have a niece who's born 2 days after me, a nephew who's born a week after me, my father in law's birthday, my third son who is not with us, his birthday, um, and my nephew Eddie. And I think I'm forgetting somebody else, but yeah, that's our birthstone, Emerald. How are you not awesome after all? Why are you not awesome? Why are you doubting your coolness? It's hard for me. I used to look for a birthstone ring, but I never liked my birthstone. Oh, that doesn't make you not awesome. I couldn't agree more. Just because your birthday isn't in May doesn't mean you're not awesome. I just like finding other May babies. The other day, when I went to the doctor's office, I actually saw somebody with my name. My name, people commonly spell with a C, and it's spelled with a K. So meeting somebody's with it spelled the same way is few and far between. She is the third person ever I have met with their name spelled with a K. May 18th. Ooh, September. And I like sapphires. You better find out what kind of steak he likes. I'm a ribeye type of girl. Or a filet mignon. Wow, so young. My mom only made it to 54. It's kind of freaking me out that I'm going to pass her age. My mom passed in 95. Does it freak you out that you live past him, Will? Or Bill? I don't know if it's just a hang up for me. But yeah, it just kind of creeps me out that I'm going to live longer than her. Almost 59. 2010, your mom passed? Yeah, my mother in law lived until almost 80. I'm in the same boat, Bill. My grandparents passed away when I was a little kid. I lost them both in the same shot. And my mom passed when I was 18. I don't know exactly when my dad passed, but I know he's gone. I'm an orphan. I'm an old orphan. Oh my God, that would be so cool to have your birthday on 4th of July. And I'm sorry you lost her so recently, Kat. Ooh, in the Korean War? Yeah, I didn't really get to know my dad's parents, so I never really knew them. See, I would love to sit down and have a conversation with your dad if he were still here, Bill, because I love history. Your dad would have stories that history books do not. Oh, I'm so sorry, Tommy. My girlfriend kind of had a little bit of that. It wasn't the same day, but both her dad and her husband's father died shortly after each other. One before her firstborn came, and the other one after, but he never got a chance to see him because he was so sick. So, unfortunately, my girlfriend's kids don't know what grandpa is. They have two grandmas, just not grandpas. And my girlfriend's husband's father passed away because of Vietnam. He had Agent Orange and he died of cancer. Okay, Kat, we'll be here. Oh, he never spoke about his time in service? So you didn't know until he was older? Or until he was older he told you finally? Yeah, sometimes they don't like talking about that. Because it was probably very traumatizing seeing people dying left and right. My best friend tells me there's some things he will never tell me and his wife. Well, I'm glad you had a great relationship with him. Ugh, I can't believe it's 6:30. Probably what, 7:30 by you, Bill? Because I think you're an hour ahead of me. I'm surprised Rosie hasn't popped in here. Rosie put on her channel the hummingbird that she was talking about. And was a machine operator. Yeah, back then, I mean, times were way different, and sometimes kids had to go and help the family. My dad only made it to sixth grade. But my dad also lived in a different country and into motorcycles. That's cool. I love motorcycles. I don't think I'll ever own one or drive one, but I do love motorcycles. More Harleys than anything. I don't like those crotch rockets. I don't like the way they sound. But I have quite a few friends that ride Harleys. Some of those bikes are works of art. Oh, that's cool. I used to like watching, yay, Cat's back. I used to like watching American Pickers and him coming across old Indians and old Harleys. What do you think about bikes, Kat? Do you like bikes? Well, motorcycles. I like riding on them. I don't like the bugs that smack me in the face, but I like riding on them. Cold shower time. Motorcycles are definitely cool. I love listening to Harleys. Okay, I don't know what that is that typed, but that is not what I typed. I put vroom vroom. I don't even know what that is. See, that's the only thing that scares me, Bill, is accidents. There is no room for error. There's been some really bad motorcycle accidents this summer. So, Kat, any updates on the cats? I forgot to ask today. How are the two doing today that you have, and any luck in getting any more? I need a kitty update. I still think that's funny. I can't believe that's what it typed. I want to see if it'll do it again. Yeah, why does it keep on doing that? As soon as it posts, it says vroom vroom and then it changes to that. No, no more yet. I'm going to try typing something else just to see if that works. Okay, yeah, I don't know why vroom vroom keeps on getting turned into that. Wow, and he put it all together, huh? That's amazing. Okay, I'm not. I'm seeing Pious, Pious. I see you typing vroom vroom. Right, Kat? You're seeing that, right? I'm like, what the hell? But Bill's saying he sees vroom vroom. I'm not. And Kat apparently is not, because she was like, what is that word? If you guys all saw my bad religion tattoo, you know I'm not deeply religious. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. And when I hit send, it first posted vroom vroom. Now, if I go onto it to pin or remove it, this is really weird, Cat. It says vroom vroom. Here, let's see if you guys can see this. See it, Bill? Now, when I pull that up, let's see. Come on, focus. It says vroom vroom. Won't focus. That is so weird. That is so weird. There's like a weird little sign next to it. So that's why I tapped on it to see if maybe it typed some other language. So weird. YouTube's gone crazy. Maybe YouTube hasn't had its coffee. Or YouTube thought I was typing a dirty word and changed it. Hardly ever. It's always crazy. Bill, you want to get out of there. Trust me, you want to get out of there. Run. It's a dangerous place to be. I cannot guarantee your safety in there. Lots of space, Roomy. Oh, that's too funny. Friday, day 2 of Lollapalooza, which I will not be participating in. I want to find out. I thought there was only one band I wanted to see. And then I come find out that the Viagra Boys were playing yesterday. But what I want to see is when the band The X's are playing. So, okay, that does not help me. Oh, um, Hulu and the Disney app are live streaming Lollapalooza this year, but they go back and forth to stages. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different stages. So they don't always stay, for that. Apparently tonight is the Smashing Pumpkins. I'm sure they'll broadcast that. And Charlie XCX. I've heard of her. I just don't know who she is. I don't know her music. And I guess Youngblood's supposed to play. But I heard he canceled a bunch of shows, so I don't know if he's playing this. Come on, where are the X's? Saturday? They're one of the headliners, so are they closing out, Lola? Yeah. So hopefully I'll get to see them, with them being one of the headliners. But yeah, I think it's kind of cool for people who couldn't make it that they can go and watch it on Hulu or Disney. Herman's Head, that was a great show. I liked Herman's Head. I wish I was a little kid, probably at that point in time, because she was like early 80s. Yeah, I want to say she was early 80s. I wish I got to see Wendy O. I don't know how true it is, but there has been rumors for years that she ripped out a tampon and threw it out in the crowd. I don't know, Kat. Let's see what the. So you've got 535. Nancy, who's been gone for a while, is at 350. Bill's number three at 175. Tommy's got 160. And everybody else who left, like Keebler and Polo, they're at 150. The Amish Gerbils only got 75. Lucky only got 75. Joe only got 75. So I don't know. Bill gave himself a crown. Yeah, it is weird. I couldn't even begin to guess, Cat. We tried to understand it and just don't. I have some really cool cigar tops of boxes. One says the king is dead, and the other one says long live the king. The king is dead is just a throne, and then the long live the king is like a little kid with a crown. Here. My Graza. There's my long live the king. Then the king is dead. I got those years ago. I used to have the box. But I just thought those pictures were so cool. I wanted to put them in a frame of some sort. Oops. Oh my God, Bill. Poor Burger King. They said they fired the king. Not gonna lie, he was a little creepy. A couple of Father's Days ago, my girlfriend's husband gives the kids Tic Tacs. We took a Burger King crown, put white paper over it, and we put Tic Tac King. And when he was opening his Father's Day gifts, we used Tic Tacs to put Tic Tac King. He had to wear the crown while he was opening his Father's Day gifts. Bulldog. Bulldogs are cute. I used to have a purse years ago from the clothing company Juicy Couture, and they had Scotty dogs on there. I used to call it the Scotty bag. Tommy can't hear me. Them are fighting words, Bill. Oh, oh. Yeah, they did a whole thing with Tommy. The Who. Pete Townsend. And what is it, Roger Daltrey? I don't know, with older age, things are falling out of my head, Bill. Yay, I got it right. Again, I kind of wonder if one of my friends gets up and sees that I'm live and is like, oh my god, she's still not fucking sleeping. Keith Moon. Oh, Cat. When I was talking to Freeman, remember I turned around and told you guys that he texted me, but he still wasn't in the chat. He said he was watching. Moon the Lou. Yeah, he was definitely a wild man. What a maroon. I wonder if I still sound rustic, Bill. Am I a handsome woman or what? Oh my god. Right? Imagine the stories that we've heard about that man and the stories that we don't know about that man. I bet they're even better. The Booty King. But yet I'm so hostile. It's kind of funny seeing Booty King. Now, he's not the most politically correct person, but back in the late 80s, I think it was, Andrew Dice Clay made a movie called Ford Fairlane. And Al Bundy, Ed O'Neill was in the movie. He was a cop. And he had this, like, disco band. And they had a song called Booty Town, Booty Town. When I saw King, that song popped into my head. Ed O'Neill's a great person. And that movie was just greatness. I know a lot of people didn't like him, but that movie was fucking funny. And unfortunately, it did not do well. Because, I mean, come on, Ed O'Neill was in it alone. Ed O'Neill, Freddy Krueger. Oh, the lady who played Jax. What was her name? Redhead chick. Lauren something? I can't think of what her last name was. And then, who else was in there? Wayne Newton. Wayne Newton was in the fucking movie. I mean, come on. Wayne Newton was huge at that point. Yeah, Robert Englund. There's a part in there with fucking Robert Englund where he's like, he has some like British accent in this movie for some odd reason. And he's like, well, hello, hello. And where he's at in the moment, it's even funnier. But that was a pretty funny fucking movie. Sitting there listening to Ed O'Neill singing Booty Town. Yeah, no, Married with Children was a great show. And now you're hearing more things later on. So, Christina Applegate was talking more recently. I mean, she's always been really close with Ed O'Neill, but she recently shared her experiences with Peg Bundy, Gemma, Katie Seagal, and they both protected her. Yeah, sitting there hitting on Beverly D'Angelo. Oh, Clark. I mean, any of the vacations were great movies. Vegas Vacation, Christmas Vacation. The first one, the one where they won on that game show and won a trip to Europe. Really? Huh. Man, the way that he made fun of Marcy in that show, calling her a chicken, and there was some insane shit in that show. I feel very bad for Christine Applegate with her having MS now. Our friend in that I speak of that made it, our friend the singer has MS. And he has good days and he has bad days. And he has the realization knowing that he probably won't be there for a large part of his children's lives. Because eventually he's going to be so debilitated if it doesn't take him. And now Christina Applegate is going through that. Such a beautiful girl, too. She was beautiful in her teens, even now. She's still a very pretty woman. Yeah, it's a horrible disease, Bill. It's hard watching my friends struggle. They haven't done any like touring throughout the United States since his diagnosis. The furthest they've gone, Milwaukee has Milwaukee Fest every summer, and they played that this year. But Wisconsin's the furthest that they go because of his illness. And yeah, for that hour to 2 hour set, depending on if they're the headliner, takes so much out of him. So much out of him. But he says he wants to keep on doing it until he can't. He's not one of these that are sitting back and going, poor me. Ever since he was diagnosed in 2019, unfortunately 2020 happened, so that was supposed to be the first show. But when we opened up and could do shows again, he started doing benefits every year for, he calls it MS Sucks. And other bands come, and there's raffles, and it's pretty fun. And then we get to help, help others. And there's people in the crowd that end up coming to this that have MS that are a little worse off than our friend is at the moment. You went to school with his mom? So his polk high story is real. I didn't know that. I didn't know that he was at Steelers training camp. That's pretty cool. His life was made for something else. When one door shut, another amazing door opened for him. I mean, he has gone on and done some amazing shows besides movies. Did you ever see the movie Dutch with Ed O'Neill, where he had to go and pick up his girlfriend's kid at private school? That was a pretty cool movie. And hey, he probably avoided CTE. Because that's a real thing. Love John Candy. My best friend looks like him. I joke around with him all the time. I remember one time he came to me, he's like, I've lived in different places in this world with being in the Army, and everybody knows I'm from Chicago. And I'm like, well, one, you got our accent. I don't know how that transitions into when you're speaking other languages, but you got a thick Chicago accent. I'm like, so there's that. And I'm like, and two, you look like John fucking Candy. You'll love this if you love John Candy. My kids grew up going to the bowling alley where they filmed Uncle Buck. Yeah, right? I watched that too. I love that man. That man provided so many hours of entertainment. I loved the movie he did, Who's Harry Crumb, where he was a private investigator or something, and he would dress up as all these different people. Canadian Bacon. Yeah, no, he was a great actor. One of my top favorite actors ever. SCTV, Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. But yeah, I thought it was pretty cool that my kids got to bowl in the bowling alley that Uncle Buck was filmed. And they knew. They seen the movie Uncle Buck. Yeah, he was one of the nicest people ever from what I hear. One of my other favorite actors is not necessarily the nicest person, and that's Bill Murray. Every Christmas, I have to watch the movie Scrooged. Doesn't feel like Christmas unless I've watched Scrooged. And I'm not sure if you were here to hear that when I was living up north, they filmed the movie Groundhog Day here in Illinois. They filmed it in a town called Woodstock. And me and my girlfriend went a couple of Groundhog Days to Woodstock on Groundhog Day. We didn't go there and hang out like until the wee hours of the morning. We went after. Because she has two little ones. And they were babies. Now they're a little bit bigger. And she'll probably continue to go there. But I love the fact that I got to walk where Bill Murray walked. The bed and breakfast is there. I almost, before I moved out of that area, I almost thought about renting a room and going and staying there before I moved out of there. Because you could bring your dog. It's a bed and breakfast. But it was too expensive to justify, just for my own personal amusement. Yeah, Chevy Chase is supposed to be a real fucking asshole. And another funny guy. It's like, what the fuck? Yeah, the alarm clock. So I even, at one point, when I first moved up there, the first time we went, we had the kids, so there wasn't, there was a lot going on. So I think it was like a month later, me and my dog took a train ride over there. I don't remember. I think it was a live that I did. I actually did a live with me and my dog walking around what I deem Bill Murray land. But it was pretty cool. And the town that I'm living in right now is right next door to where Jim Belushi grew up. I could legitimately pull up in front of his house. It's still there. I don't know if the people kept the house in the same condition as when he lived in it. You can't go in there and tour. Somebody physically lives there. But that's cool. I always wanted to do that. Sit in on a taping of a show. And game shows. That's really cool. I've never gotten to do either one of those things. I think it would be a neat experience. My only TV show experience was going and sitting in the audience of Jerry Springer. The 90s. And I remember one time my mom was on Donahue in the audience. She didn't physically talk to him, and she was not a guest, but she was in the audience. That's cool. One of my friends was really good friends with Hugh Hefner and went golfing with him and got to stay at the Playboy Mansion and got to meet a lot of bands and stuff. He started as a writer for a paper that was here years ago called the Chicago Rocker. And when bands would come into town, he would go and interview them. Well, you got it all the way over there, ma'am. I can't reach it from here. And he ended up parlaying it into a PR, public relations firm, and represented a lot of top actors. There's a newspaper article, maybe if I can find it, I'll post it on my community page, where he took Keanu Reeves to Kmart in the town that he lived in. He also represented Reese Witherspoon, Kirsten Dunst, I think. Man lived an interesting life from just starting out writing for a local music paper. Margot Thomas. Yeah, that's Danny Thomas's daughter. May I help you, ma'am? You keep on leaving it over there. I can't reach it. That's what they say. They say he's like one of the nicest people ever. I love his movie, John Wick. I could watch those things over and over and over. It's got to be one of my favorite series that he's done. Yeah, he likes motorcycles. There's been pictures of him throughout the years on different motorcycles, Indians, Harleys. Kind of funny. The counterpart of Bill, Ted, he became such a huge star, and the guy who played Bill, not so much. He was in a few movies, but he was in Bill and Ted, and he was in The Lost Boys. He was one of the vampires. And not very much after that. But yeah, I've heard before that he's like a huge motorcycle buff. I liked when he was a bass player for a band called Dogstar. Yeah, Winters. I can't think of what his first name is. You know, at least with Wayne's World, both of them were equally on par with work they did afterwards. Dana Carvey had been around for a while. Same with Mike Myers. Mike Myers, I guess, had a lot more success when you count like Austin Powers and stuff. But yeah, the other dude from Bill and Ted, he did not do so well. Not as well as Keanu. I mean, there's tons of movies that guy has done that have been great. He did one with River Phoenix called My Private Idaho. He did Johnny Mnemonic before he even did Matrix. And then there was Point Break. I never went and watched it. I kept on forgetting, so more than likely it was probably the Winters dude going, come on, help me out, help me break back into Hollywood. Because, you know, it's a Keanu movie. A lot of people like to go see Keanu movies. It had to have been. Like, hey, can you help me out? I think he's been directing. He just hasn't been in front of the camera in quite some time. Yeah, he's brought a lot of his friends along for the ride. And Kevin Smith, Jay and Silent Bob. Speed was a good movie. I like Sandra Bullock, so she's so cute and adorable. But yeah, there's been a couple of people that have come around and brought in their friends. Dogma was funny. Why did that guy's head explode? What the fuck is going on? Or when he was convinced that if the end of the world was going to happen, that him and the brown haired chick were going to do it, and something started happening and he started taking his pants off. I love Kevin Smith movies, but I feel so wronged in Clerks 3. I feel betrayed. It was a good movie, but I don't know. I have all kinds of feelings about that movie. Kevin Smith's the reason I hate Ben Affleck, which is kind of funny because I like him in that movie. Well, I guess I just tolerate him in that movie. And I tolerate him in Mallrats. I think the character that he played in Mallrats and the character he plays in Dazed and Confused, I don't think that's far off from who he really is. So I just don't like him. And big shocker, I also don't like Mark Wahlberg either. Same reason, he just puts off an asshole vibe. Alan Rickman, that guy was so great. Clerks was hilarious. I'm not even supposed to be here. And the fact that he made that movie, I think it was like it cost him $6,000 to make that movie on a hope and a prayer that it would pan out, and it set off one of the biggest movie directors' careers ever. Yeah, that's another bone of contention. I didn't like him as Marky Mark either. We're moving you to the basement. I loved Clerks. I loved Clerks 2. And Clerks 3, I just feel wronged. I don't want to blow it if nobody's ever seen it. But it was a good movie. It just was not what I was expecting. I've only been able to sit through it once. I've tried to go back. It's just so heartbreaking for when you're that invested in a movie that you feel that type of way. I just posted something not too long ago from Clerks 2 when Elias was explaining about Listerine and pillow pants. Oh my god, the look on his fucking face when he was telling them the story. I don't know how many times I've seen that fucking movie. I still laugh my ass off at his face expression. We do. We do. Like one of my friends, who ironically was the friend who bought me a Weezer shirt recently, picks on me about Weezer. So when they gave me the Weezer shirt, and I'm like, oh, you are not allowed to pick on me about my nerd rock. Yeah, you were saying that you really like that movie. It's a great movie. We were talking about the music of it, the comedy of it, Rodney Dangerfield of it. If you can sit through that movie and not laugh, you are really dead inside. That's all I'm going to say. There is no way you could not sit through that movie and laugh your ass off. As dated as it is, it's still fucking funny. Okay, that can't be right. Huh. So, I don't know if it's because I had to come back one time because I went to go and check something. But it's saying that I've only been live for an hour and 37 minutes. Oh my god, that movie was so fucking funny. The part where he starts the fight with the kid. And he tells the dad, this is between me and the kid. Jim Carrey has made some great movies too. Dumb and Dumber is a movie that I could just watch over and over on repeat. Whitey? My parents moved to Arizona. I would have never survived out there, them bastards. Yeah, that was a good movie too. And I think he was dating Renee Zellweger at that point in time when he made that movie. He's come up with some crazy characters. Even shit, before he even started making movies, when he was on In Living Color, Fire Marshal Bill. Oh my god. Let me tell you something. Your wife can't stand Dumb and Dumber. That's the greatest movie ever made. Some people just don't like that kind of comedy, stupid comedy. Me, I'm living for it. Hence the reason why I probably watched Jackass. That's what makes it so funny, though. I mean, come on. He pees on fucking Jeff Daniels and they're stuck together on the scooter. I have a rapist wit. Or the part where the cop fucking takes a swig out of the pee bottle. That fucking noise he makes. Right? I mean, sometimes stupid shit is the funniest thing ever. But I'm also not that girl who will sit through rom-coms. I can't. I love my mother and I miss her dearly every day, but I'm still mad she dragged me to Dirty Dancing in hopes that I would love that movie. Not sitting through rom-coms. No way, no how. If there is not a high body count and things aren't blowing up, I don't want to be a part of it. I need something like The Terminator or anything Quentin Tarantino. Horror movies. But the horror movies now are kind of stupid. I don't know if they're kind of stupid or I'm that desensitized. Me and my children's father were pretty much on par with movies. There was a couple that kind of annoyed me that he made me sit through, but like he made me watch Titanic. Was not fond of that movie. Um, what else? Oh, if he were still standing in front of me, I'd still be bitching at him about making me watch Pitch Black. I know that was like a huge movie, and they even made a movie called Riddick, but oh, I love Tarantino. Yeah, I didn't understand the point of it. It was stupid. But for the most part, like we both liked Dumb and Dumber. We both liked horror movies and Rodney Dangerfield movies, Bill Murray movies, stuff like that. My last boyfriend, though, he was into rom coms. He would always try and get me to watch them, and I'm like, "What are you, a girl?" I mean, how can you not? That was a great fucking flick. You got David Carradine in there. One of the best fight death scenes ever with samurai swords towards the end. Lucy Liu gets her head chopped off. I never saw that movie. I know it came out, but I never saw that movie. Both volume 1 and 2. I aspire to be as badass as Uma Thurman is in that movie. In fact, Quentin Tarantino is probably the number one reason what led for my love for Steve Buscemi. Because of the movie Reservoir Dogs. It started there and I mean it's gone on throughout the years. Fargo, Boardwalk Empire. And it's not like, ooh, I love Steve Buscemi. I love him as an actor. Even in his comedies with Adam Sandler, he's been in quite a few Adam Sandler movies. He always plays a weird dude. But Nookie Thompson, that was a badass fucking show, Boardwalk Empire. I have. I've watched a couple of the different series and I like them. One was like Billy Bob Thornton, one year was Ted Danson, one year Kirsten Dunst and her now husband were in a season. It was a pretty cool TV show there for a minute. I think it's neat that they did other cases from Fargo, North Dakota. Yeah, three wasn't that great. I started getting annoyed with TV series because they wouldn't last that long or they started off really good and then went stupid. There was this show on Showtime a few years back called American Gods. What an amazing show. But every season was different because they were having problems with the directors or whatever. And then they just left you hanging in season three. So, American Gods is a book series. I guess I could go and read it. But I hear it's kind of like Harry Potterish, where it's a lot of pages. Or I could maybe find it on like a Kindle and listen to it. But I need to know how that shit ends. And then there were, at the same time Walking Dead came out, Sci Fi had a TV show called Z Nation. But this year looks good, Bill. This year they're bringing back the witches. I'm kind of excited about it. I love the kid that they've had in a majority of those American Horror Stories. Evan, oh, I can't think of what his name is now. Evan something. Because I had read the graphic novel, I kind of enjoyed it. They did stay true to a lot of it. But they did Daryl Dixon. That was a Hollywood thing, I think, with adding him. But I like Norman Reedus because he comes from Boondock Saints. But Z Nation was way better. If you ever get a chance to see it, it's got DJ Quayle's in there. Um, Henry Rollins is in there at one point. The guy who played Otis from House of a Thousand Corpses, he was in it in an episode. It was just such a great show. The Boys. There was also a show on AMC that was another graphic novel that was really cool called The Preacher. That was a really cool show. I love the guy who they got to play The Preacher. I don't think they could have cast anybody else and done as good as it did. Twisted Metal. Yeah, I just kind of gave up. I recently, more recent, I started watching a show on AMC called Dark Winds, but I've come in at season 5, so now I got to go watch season 1, 2, 3, and 4 to catch up before 6 comes out. Oh, was he? I thought The Preacher was the first thing he was in. He's a great actor. Huh. That's kind of funny. Maybe I might need to go and check that out. Because I loved him in The Preacher. I love how Cat stays silent, but yet, let's see what the points are. Come on now. Is it not going to show? Okay, here we go. Cat's now at 585. Bill, you're at 225. I don't know how you haven't moved up at this point because it's just you and me talking. I didn't even know they made a movie for Need for Speed. Is it kind of like a Fast and the Furious movie? Oh, okay. I know who he is. Okay, cool. Cause yeah, I'm okay with with Fast and the Furious, but I'm not a diehard fan like some people. I'm sad Paul Walker died, but I guess I don't really like Vin Diesel. Because we brought up the movie that I would yell at my ex for. God, how old is Need for Speed then? Because I'm assuming that was before he did Breaking Bad, no? And before dude did Preacher. Okay. It was after. Okay. Most people are getting up and going to work. I haven't been to bed. My dog's been all over the bed. Right, ma'am? Papa, where'd you go? It's funny, when I say that, she'll usually move, and all of a sudden the blanket starts moving. And a cute little face will rear its head. Ma'am? Hi. Just checking to make sure you're alive. I see you, Darth Papa. Michael Keaton's even in it? Wow. She's like, why'd you bother me? Yeah, I know. Getting side eye with one eye. Yeah, I'll definitely have to check that out. I have all kinds of different streaming things, so I'm sure I can find it. Well, thank you, Bill. I'm glad that you liked it, and thank you for going and supporting my friend earlier. That was really awesome. You may see us together soon. I don't know. He has a habit of saying, "Yeah, I want to come and hang out and go cop watching," and then I don't hear from him. So sometimes when he goes live, you might see me with him and our friend Joe Cool. Joe hopped in here earlier calling me a bonehead. You met Kat through Zan? I don't think I know who Zan is. Because I met Kat through Yeti. And Kat's been in some other lives that I've gone into. But I've gotten to know her a lot more after hanging out at Yeti's. Yep, it's kind of how we all kind of meet on here. You know, you just start seeing people in certain chats that you're hanging out at, and then you either are lucky and have them come and support you, or if you're doing lives, some are great people, some are annoying. Pink Taco can be a handful. YouTube was playing matchmaker. I think it's weird that you can send messages to people now on YouTube. One time, the first time I got one, I thought it was like a comment or something. And then I couldn't understand why the comment wasn't there. And I was like, where did that go? I know I typed it. Yeah, I was so confused when I got my first one. I was like, what the hell? What? Where did the comment go? Now I know how it works. I think we may have lost Kat. She may be napping. But it shows 5 people in here. So it doesn't mean that they didn't fall asleep. My wife thinks I have a girlfriend. It's not a good thing, Bill. Wives don't like their husbands to have girlfriends. There's all kinds of YouTube videos on here. Unless she's okay with that. Like me and my friend from Missouri. We call her husband our husband. But he's just in charge of making sure we don't die when we're drunk. Poor guy. I mean, it's a little more entailed with her, but not that entailed with me. He just makes sure I'm okay. Well, sometimes people have a hard time understanding how a guy and a girl can be friends and sex not being part of the equation. I'm so glad that my childhood best friend's wife understands that no way, shape, or form am I a threat to her marriage. Sometimes me and her gang up together on him. Especially during football season because we're both Packers fans and he's a Bears fan. Okay. Yeah, I have a ton of guy friends that no interest in being with them. I just like that they watch out for me and that they're good people. That's why I choose to hang out at the bar that I hang out at on certain days because my friend Brian, who bartends, best big brother ever. A lot of girls are in love with him. I'm probably the only girl that comes to the bar that has no interest in being with him. Yeah, that's sad that she thinks that you would do something like that if you guys are still together after the unpleasantness. Because I mean, if you haven't yet, why would you now? I get accused of not being jealous enough. My children's father, sometimes he'd decide to go out with his friend to go and shoot pool or whatever. And he would come into the room and be like, okay, me and Stuart are going to go do this, that, and the other thing. Probably be done around this time. May stop and get food from this place. If I do, I'll pick you up something. And I'm just sitting there letting him talk. And then, I don't know, I guess he waited for me to be that jealous girlfriend and be like, no, you can't go out. No, you can't do that. And go. You're a grown man. You don't have to give me your itinerary. I trust you. And that's what he didn't get was that I fully trusted him. I knew he wasn't going out there to go and cheat on me or do anything stupid. But then, I guess maybe maybe I should have been a little more jealous in that moment and been like, "Wait, why are you being so descriptive?" I don't know. You're a grown man. I can't tell you what to do. I mean, if you're just going out to go and have fun, go for it. Why am I going to shit on your parade and make us start a big fight and be like, no, you have to stay here with me? I can amuse myself. Now, he was a little bit different. For some odd reason, he thought for years that my very good friend's husband was there for me and he wasn't really dating her. It was like, that's the stupidest thing I've ever fucking heard. So I sympathize with you in that, Bill. I was that person and I had to deal, and I never did anything. I never cheated on him and went behind his back, stayed home with the kids, watched TV, smoked pot. And when I wasn't at home, I was hanging out with his mother. So, no, that's okay, Kat. I'm glad that you're back. I was a little worried you fell asleep. He was saying that's how you guys met. And I told him I didn't know who Zan was. I'm just at a point, Bill, where I've dealt with a lot of bullshit. My last relationship was just horrible. Um, and the last person I told that I loved didn't turn out the way that I wanted it to. So I'm kind of okay by myself. I like hanging out with my dog. I like being able to come and go as I please. I like that if I decide to eat cookies in my bed, nobody's going to bitch about me eating cookies in my bed. I become very comfortable with myself. And that's like a huge thing. If you're not comfortable with yourself, it's hard for you to be a good partner. Because then, yeah, that's when the jealousy and stuff, I mean, even if that side situation didn't happen. If you're not comfortable with yourself and you project things onto other people of things that you've done, then yeah, I mean, it's not going to be an easy go. That's okay. You know, if you don't have that trust, what's the point? And you obviously trust her after that, but she doesn't trust you for not doing anything. Right? You do. I mean, it can't be easy. And it's not fair for you to keep everything bottled up. And it's not like you're not going to go out into the world and not encounter other women. I mean, that's just crazy thinking that you're not supposed to talk or. I've seen some ridiculous videos of guys that are terrified to even look at other women. My brother in law, my ex's twin, one time, this was back when Pokemon had started and our kids were all into it and it was Christmas time and they weren't all over the place like they are now. And I found I found a spot in the mall at KB Toy Store where you could buy packs. And when I came back and was showing my ex what I got the kids, my brother-in-law's like, "Can you go back with me and show me, where you found these?" So I'm like, "Sure." So we go and we walk in the mall and my brother-in-law is sitting there like looking all over the place and I'm like, what are you doing?" And he goes, "I'm looking for my wife because she's supposed to be here for the kid with the kids." And I'm like, "Oh, and you don't want the kids seeing you shopping for them?" And he's like, "No, I don't want my wife to see you with me." And I looked at him and I'm like, "What? Why?" And he goes, "Because she's really jealous." And I'm like, "I have children with your brother." He's like, "Yeah, she doesn't care. She just gets really jealous." And it was like the weirdest thing to me. I hate your best friend. Eesh. Good answer, though. You don't have to like him. He's not your best friend. I don't like some of your friends particularly. I mean, I don't know if that's true, but that would be my answer. Yeah, I could never be with somebody who doesn't understand that my best friend in the whole wide world is a guy. If his wife can accept it, the person I'm dating better accept it. But that's just so random. I hate your best friend. She probably hates your best friend because your best friend probably told you to leave her when she did that to you. I mean, and that's what best friends are for. They're supposed to be there to be on your side and help you through tough things like that. And if the shoe were on the other foot, these girls that you say like you wouldn't like you. They'd be like, "Oh, he's low down dirty. He did you wrong." You know? Ugh. You could marry her. Never married her kids. Yeah, believe it or not, it's kind of weird when people are like, "You don't have kids or you've never been married." It's like it doesn't make me a leper. She loves your pool. It's like, wait a minute, how did I get dragged into this? On your other phone? Kinda. It's so funny. There's such a delay on my tablet. So I'll sit there and look at the chat, and then all of a sudden I'll see something that already happened, like when I come to sit down. I had some Irish customers at the bar that I worked at. They've been here for many years, but thick brogue accents. Very good people. I love the wife. The husband's a riot. This summer is definitely different, not learning about golf, because he would teach me all about the pro golf. I couldn't imagine living in Ireland. It's one spot I've never been that I kind of want to go to. Drink a lot of Guinness. Yeah, I hear it's amazing. The customers would come back from trips from visiting family and what have you, and just such beautiful pictures. The Emerald Isle. Yeah, there are. And it's all about the peat. But I think it would be definitely awesome to experience Ireland. Yeah, it's crazy that that's a heat source. And that nowhere else in the world it grows like it does there. Is growing. I've been to different parts of Europe. I've been to Germany. I've been to Paris. I've been to England. I've been to Italy. But I've never been to like Spain or Greece or Ireland. With being in Germany, Austria isn't too far. Been there. Went to Amsterdam. I'd like to see Scotland. Oh, that's sad. I definitely don't want to ever visit Siberia. Coldest place in the world. No, thank you. There's some places I don't think. I don't know. I can't say that I never want to go, but never thought about going, I guess. If you could pick anywhere right now in this moment, Kat, where would you go? I've been to a lot of places in the United States. to a lot of places in the United States. It's kind of disturbing. Not at all. Mine would, right now, if I had to stay stateside, would be San Francisco. Standing on Pier 39, smelling the stinky sea lions. That is my little piece of heaven right there. Pier 39 with the sea lions. A friend of mine, I don't know if you guys can see it, but a friend of mine went to San Francisco and brought me back a sea lion. I tried telling them to put it in a real one in their luggage and bring me back one, but that was as close as I got. I love Can't Answer. Not for scenery. Siesta Keys. My problem, Kat, is if I ever made it back to San Francisco, I might not come home. Australia would be interesting, but again, the kangaroos and the spiders frighten me. There was a customer I had at the bar that moved to Australia for a while, but then she came back. Two 22, 22, 22. Well, kiddos, I think I've been live long enough. I got to try and figure out, maybe eat breakfast. Maybe go to sleep first, eat breakfast after. Haven't decided yet. But I love that you guys came and hung out. Even if you got up from a pee break, Bill, I'm glad you stopped by. Yeah, I gotta figure out something to do. I don't know if I'm gonna pass out or try and do things until I pass out. I do. And hopefully you'll be able to make it there and be able to do that. Thanks, Bill. So stay tuned this weekend. Maybe I might be cop watching with Freeman Liberty. We shall see. But I really appreciate you guys coming in and hanging out these past few nights. It has been fun. So everybody have a good Friday. And we will all talk and hang soon. See you later. Right back at you, Kat.